All right. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get this session underway. We've got a pretty tight schedule, about 50-55 minutes, so I do need to get us underway. A very warm welcome to all of you here in the room and to all of those watching online, and I know there are plenty of you. My name is Axel Threlfall. I'm with Reuters, based out of London. This session is a COP28 high-level dialogue convened, of course, by His Excellency, the President of Botswana. The title is Addressing the Climate Crisis and Human Settlements Nexus in Africa Through Integrated Multilateral Action, Articulating Vision and Opportunity. That is our title. Let me very quickly introduce our panel. His Excellency President Masisi of Botswana. Welcome, Mr. President. His Excellency President Geingob of Namibia. A very warm welcome to you too. Maimuna, we're waiting for, I believe. Yep. Jean-Paul Adam, at the end, their Deputy Special Advisor of the UN on Africa. And Mr. Kamal Amakran, Managing Director, Global Center for Climate Mobility, and the Climate Envoy of the Presidency of the United Nations General Assembly. Welcome to all of you. Look, humor me for just a second. I want you to picture this scene. It's 2050. And urban life has never been better. Despite more people living in urban areas than ever before, Africa's towns and cities are now healthy, affordable, and inclusive places to live. The infrastructure design makes living a 1.5 degrees aligned life almost second nature. Integrated multilateral cooperation empowers a holistic approach to development cooperation. Visionary public policies coupled with cutting-edge innovations by business have created the net zero life in cities that we all aspire to, with citizens included at every step of the way. President Masisi, let me start with you. What would it take, do you think, Mr. President, to make that vision a reality? Can everyone hear the President okay? Yeah, go ahead.
Hello. Thanks. Thanks for the question. I was just saying that I think there's a lot at stake that's in it for us as Africans, particularly that we are at the tail end of things. We are at the receiving end of things. Most of the pollution that result in the consequences that we suffer are being managed by those in the developed north on the main. And so we are reduced to being reactionary on the main to adapt so that we mitigate for loss and damage. And this comes at a huge cost to us, both in terms of loss of human life, loss of human livelihood, degradation of the environment, our ecosystems, and general displacement when there's massive environmental degradation and destruction to our fields, which results in us not being able to produce any crops. But it doesn't mean that we're completely could abdicate responsibility. We have a responsibility and role to play.
Yep.
Because we do to contribute. We do to have an opportunity to transition. We do to have an opportunity to avoid the pitfalls that others went through.
Yep.
But more than anything else, because of the urgency that we face, that's upon us, we call on the world, particularly those most responsible, to be most paying for this that we need in order to maintain our commitment to the 1.5 degrees by 2030.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Same question to you, President Geingob. I've painted that rosy picture where we want to be, where we need to be. How far from reality is that as you meet people here on the ground in Dubai?
Thank you, but really, must I come to Dubai and talk to Africans? I thought I was going to address people to sell my country about green hydrogen I'm talking about. Now I have to talk to Africans here. I want to move on, not just talking, talking about green hydrogen that I want to sell and invite you to come and invest so we can address the climate change situation. Now I have to talk to Africans. Most of them are from my country. How now really it's not fair. I travel all the way to come here to sell my country. Come and see what we are doing, what will cost for us. We don't, I mean, this is we have now. It's advanced countries. Now we suffer the most, now I have to now still talk to my own people. How are we going to solve the problem? Look at the people who have money. Just talking, we are pledging their billions, but no cent came to Africa, or to Namibia at least. So, talking, and now I have to reduce to talk to my own people. All I can say is that let's do our own things. Nobody is going to help us.
Apologies for the interruption, but you are talking to your own people. What is the message of, is there a message of optimism that you could give to your own people on the back of the Africa Summit and indeed this one?
Optimism is that I am saying in Namibia we're dealing with green hydrogen. That's optimism. We are busy with it. We have certain areas that we are already developing that. And I wanted to come to outsiders to say, come and join us, because we need investment there. So, I don't know.
I mentioned the Africa Climate Summit very quickly. Did that summit in September, do you think, better position the African negotiating bloc coming into COP28? Were you in a better position? Go ahead.
Yes, indeed, we are, because we converged around the issues, the priorities, and not only was it for us to exploit those areas that are common to all of us in which we could mitigate, it also coalesced around or converged around issues to do with speaking with a single voice with respect to calling for smart investment in the value addition that would transition us from fossil fuels in all our African, countries. But over and above that, it was also an opportunity for us to, cause for the clarion call for countries to take serious note, not only of the fact that we're warming up faster than we thought, but also for the fact that Africa presents a real, genuine opportunity to contribute much more than may have been realized, because we are the bearers of a lot of the resources, the critical minerals,
of course, yeah.
to begin with, a lot of solar, energy potential, but also intellectual capital, as we have the highest and fastest growing number of young people who are educated and upwardly mobile.
Yeah.
And so the opportunities in Africa are immense. The opportunities for investment, as President Gengub said, particularly in smart agriculture, to produce good, healthy food, are enormous, because many of our, lands and countries have not exploited the agricultural potential, including the harnessing of the water resources to balance out on the challenge that we face.
You find, just a quick follow-up, this is a message you say over and over again at these meetings and other meetings. Is it getting through?
Well, clearly, if you judge it by the evidence of response, it's a little hard to get through. But even, the reason we developed a nutcracker was because it was a little hard to not crack the nut. So we might have to develop other tools for this to get through.
Yeah.
But it will get through.
Okay. President Gangub, just with a news hat on, I do want to get, and then I'll come to the other speakers, I promise you. I want to get both your reactions, Namibia and Botswana, to this 430 million that was announced yesterday, the big news that was thrown up there at after the opening session, the loss and damage. I want to get your reaction to the overall number. I'd like also to get your reaction to the US contribution. President Gangub, let's start with you.
Well, I think more and more we must depend on ourselves. I don't know about these amounts that are being announced every year at this COP, how we benefit from them. So to me, I have decided on my behalf of our people to be self-reliant. We are talking about areas we are going to invest in and invite investors to come so we can address the global climate change ourselves. We are the ones who are suffering. We are suffering because of others who are advanced, who are emitting these articles. Now we are now caught with that and not being helped. So only thing is to be self-reliant. And therefore, we are offering people chances to come and join us in green hydrogen. And come and join us to move on with new energy source. That's what I'm saying. So come and join us.
Yep.
We are ready to welcome you. There will be need for infrastructure development. Sasol is going to do that. There's off-take needed. So we're not going to eat the green hydrogen, but I will need people to take off. And therefore, I was coming to sell that here.
Yeah. Jean-Paul, I'll come to you in a second. Just give me 1 sec. President Sisi, very quickly give me your reaction to the 430 million, but I also want your reaction to the 17.5 from the US.
You know, we're excited about the announcement and the quantums. We need to feel it, and fast. So far, we haven't. Both of them. You know, it needs to make a difference to the lives of our people. It needs to make a difference to the infrastructure in place. It needs to make a difference to our systems. And these amounts of monies also need to take account or cognizance of our ability to absorb those resources and utilize them.
Thank you very much. Jean-Paul, I'll come to South-South cooperation in just a second. I know you want to say something about that. But let me get a view from you as well on this, this loss and damage fund.
Well, I think, first of all, we have to recognize that it's a huge step forward that we have the fund and that there is some capital in it, because we didn't have this even a few days ago. So that's a huge step forward. However, I think that we are facing a climate emergency with real impacts, and the amounts that have been announced, at least for the moment, we hope that others are going to come forward and there's going to be more announcements. But what we are seeing for the moment doesn't reflect the urgency, doesn't reflect the scale of the emergency, and particularly when we look at it in contrast with what's being spent on wars and on other aspects. And just maybe to say, I think that both presidents, I think, have been very strong to say, this is good, it's a step in the right direction, but the real difference is going to be made by Africans themselves, investing in areas that are going to be transformative on their economy, whether it be critical minerals or green hydrogen.
Yeah, okay. And Kamal, very quickly, I don't know if you want to comment specifically on the fund announcement, that big announcement yesterday. Maybe give a general, just an overview from where you're standing right now.
I look at the glass half full. It took 7 years to have the Green Climate Fund. We got this done in 2 years, so congratulations to our leaders. But the glass is only half full, and we still have to work to make sure that it's fully full. Not only as a structure, but as President Masisi said, that the deed is there. Because the amounts needed are in the $125 trillion to achieve the transition by 2050. So you can see the difference. But it's definitely, as our president noted, this is a process, not an event. We have to keep in the right cap, and we have to ensure that the speed is much faster than in previous experiences.
President Masisi, what is a successful COP28 for Botswana?
A successful COP28 is when you get down and you talk about specific challenges that face not just Botswana, but the region, because this is systemic. And we pull other countries together, and we have a real, genuine response. I mean, take issues of mitigation against effects of drought, and take food production. What seeds do we have that's being developed to deal with that? What infrastructure have we put in place to address that? What adaptive technologies have we generated to develop new housing, systems, public housing or, office housing? And what means of transportation are we developing for our rapidly growing cities in terms of the mobility that people need for moving the economy. But more than anything else also is many of us in the sub-region are very dependent on mining.
Of course, yeah.
What energy? I mean, talking big, huge quantums of energy, smartly developed and not, isolated because of territorial boundaries. But what smart energy solutions are we providing? And what are we doing to harness our natural endowments, such as the sun? And so with these, we also need to bear in mind that we need to provide an opportunity in the manner of development for the people there, different from the way we've been doing it, so that they're not dependent on others for their own regeneration of such systems.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's why in Botswana we push for a knowledge-based economy.
Yeah.
We want to own the intellectual capital.
What-
We want to be party to it and not just be recipients.
And what are the solutions and the technologies that excite you most right now?
Well, if you can harvest water from the atmosphere, you'd be my friend. If you can get us to generate affordable energy, particularly for us enough to industrialize, we'd be great friends. If you could help us transition fastest from dependency on fossil fuels, we'd be really great friends.
Yeah.
And particularly so that we can get our people to advance from depending so badly on the vagaries of nature as they produce food or eke out a livelihood, we'd be friends.
Yeah, okay. Very good. President Geingold, a similar question to you to start. Success at COP28, what does it look like to Namibia? And I'd be interested to hear, in terms of the solutions, potential solutions, solutions we've seen and solutions that are in the works, what excites you the most right now?
When I was listening to the King of England, when he says action,
Yeah.
he himself telling us action. Instead of saying, I'm going to act, because they are the ones who are powerful. But he rightly called on us not just to talk, but to act. How are we going to act? In Namibia, I'm saying we must look at new energy source. Then I'm acting. And how am I going to do that? Do I have money? No, that's what I'm saying. I came here to sell myself, to say I have these resources. And I want to have a new energy source. Because we're trying to change. It's a climate change we're talking about. Now, without investing in new activities I'm talking about, how are we going to change it? That's why I'm frustrated.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President. I want to introduce and welcome Maimouna Mocharif from UN Habitat to the stage. Welcome to you. Let's get a general comment from you to start on where you think Africa and African cities are in their quest to balance urbanization and environmental impact, and how much further they need to go, and whether events like this event here in Dubai are going to help get us there.
Thank you so much, Excellencies, Mr. President. Thank you so much for inviting UN Habitat to this event. UN Habitat being the headquarters in Kenya, in Africa, in our footprint is in Africa. And UN Habitat is dealing with human settlement and also sustainable urbanization. And we are the custodian of SDG 11 to make cities sustainable, inclusive, and resilient. And then this is very, very important in Africa because African continent is one of the most fastest urbanizing continent in the world, and together with Asia. So I think this, looking at the sustainable urbanization, when you talk about sustainable urbanization, I think what is important is that we have to look it in more holistic and integrated. That's the reason why last COP27 and this COP28, UN Habitat, together with other stakeholders, are bringing in the ministers of urbanization, the environment, finance, stakeholders like mayors to come together. We cannot segment climate when we discuss about climate only with the Minister of Environment, because whatever happened in cities, in sustainable urbanization, in the planning of the land uses in the country, in the cities, will have an impact to the climate.
But when you all, okay, and point taken, when you do all get together, and it's great that you all get together at events like this, what are the steps that you discuss? What are the solutions that you put on the table? What do you leave the room with that can be used efficiently and effectively across the continent?
I would like to look that into 2 points. One is, this is the stage that we are sharing what works in other countries or in other cities, and how can we turbocharge and transform that what works in other cities maybe in this case in Africa.
So what's working? Give us a good example of something that's working well that should be copied across the continent.
Especially that, for example, there are cities, they are pouring forward in terms of the reducing the carbon emission, for example. And through, as I still putting up, is through integrated way of looking at planning. When you have the national urban planning, it's trickle it down through the leadership, to the governance, and through the capacity, plus funding. So that's why I heard about the president said just now, we want action. We don't want any more declaration. We want declared action. And action have to come now. I think that's what we would like to see, is that after COP28, we will be a very clear work plan and action-oriented and also a target. And this one need leadership, need governance, and needs capacity. Capacity in this case is the people with the capacity, the knowledge, and also capacity in terms of funding. I think these 3 things is very, very important.
And absolutely. And it's let's face it, it's a very familiar refrain. Jean-Paul, let's talk about partnerships, South-South cooperation, how important it is, how important a role that plays in moving things forward.
Right, I've been given another mic. Is this working?
Yeah, that works.
Very
great.
good.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think one of the areas, and I'm obviously within the United Nations system, but I think we've also heard from the presidents of the initiatives being done within Africa, and I think South-South cooperation is really an avenue to allow some of the best practices to be adopted more broadly across the continent. I will just mention a few areas where I think this is of particular interest. Firstly, if we look at investment and investment in infrastructure, of course we need foreign direct investment from outside the continent, but there's a huge opportunity to also leverage institutions within the continent. Most of Africa's pension funds today are investing outside. How can that money be channeled into getting a return on investment, for example, on green hydrogen, investing in the critical mineral space, or investing in the ports that you will need to transport this green hydrogen from outside the continent, but also perhaps to other destinations within the continent. Secondly, looking at the development, for example, of technologies that would be appropriate, such as digital technologies, building on the positive experiences of countries across the continent that use this very, very effectively. And overall, being able to build on those best practices in a manner which allows for the acceleration that we want to see in terms of climate resilient development. Okay, good.
Kamal, in the interest of trying to put some concrete solutions on the table, President Masisi talked a little bit about, or mentioned, mobility across the cities. Considering this incredibly important link between climate change and mobility, what are the strategies that the strategies you're putting forward that you're taking seriously and we should be taking seriously, leaving the others aside that have been talked about for so long?
The first important point to keep in mind is that forced displacement or forced migration is the human face of the climate crisis. If you want to really grab it, you have to see those who are moving from their farms because they cannot harvest and they are moving to the cities. And this leaves us in a very interesting position when it comes to strategies. We should not have a strategy to plan. We should anticipate to plan. And this is where, going back to what President Masisi mentioned, we have the knowledge, we have the data. We can, to some extent, predict the futures, not one future, but the different trajectories. And based on those possible futures, we need to understand the realities today, and we need to plan for what is the best possible trajectory. We cannot wait until things happen and react. So we need to move from a reaction mode to a transformation mode. How do you plan for a better tomorrow? But how do you harness knowledge? How do you harness data in order to have a better understanding? And I emphasize, only the Almighty knows what tomorrow is made of. But we know what are the possible futures because we know what we can cook with. Yeah. We know what we can play with. And I think that is the approach that we should adopt when it comes to the relationship between people and the climate crisis.
Agreed. When's it going to happen?
So I can tell you, for example, that we worked for 2 years and we modeled down to 5 square kilometers in the continent the impact of seven climate factors on population. I can tell you today where people are going to move from to where, what is the schedule, and as a result to which climate factor, water availability, sea level rise, crop yield, etc. And as such, we should not, I still remember when I was a kid and I used to get sick, every time I get sick they will say penicillin. Everything. You have fever, it's penicillin. You have a sore throat, it's penicillin. I think we should go from the penicillin to targeted response to what is needed. A community in Niger requires a different approach to a community in Saint Louis in Senegal that is impacted by sea level rise, to a community in Botswana that is impacted by the encroachment of the flora or the fauna on the population. It's a mosaic, and we need to approach it differently. It's not a strategy that you set in advance based on what you want to see, but it's based on what can be done.
Yeah. President Gaigo, who do you need to speak to here in Dubai? Who is it essential that you find and you speak to, and that person or that group of people hear your message? You know, we often sense a weariness, at meetings such as this one.
Firstly,
What might change that for you here?
let me apologize to the people here. I was not belonging here. I was just following him, even with my delegation. So yeah. I thought I was going somewhere, so I apologize for my behavior.
No.
It's a wrong place. I don't belong here. Well, people we're going to talk to, as I said, are potential investors.
Yeah.
People who have money. I wanted to talk to my brothers from Emirates, saying they are going to spend, 10 billion, what is it?
Yeah.
30
billion, the fund.
I want to be there.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm not saying they don't have 30 billion, they have it.
Yeah.
But we can discuss that in Africa. I wanted to come and talk about how that 30 billion can maybe make, in what I'm offering, in climate change, basically. That's my point.
And are you having those conversations with the right people? About this money, about the 30 billion and how that might be spent?
Right. Yes, we'll have it, maybe, I hope. Because after my speech that I'm supposed to deliver now, whatever, which I thought is a plenary, we are having meetings. I have about the line of appointment business people and so on. That's outside the conference. I'm going to be here until the 5th and so on, so I have all lined up meetings.
Okay.
Bilateral, and that I think is more important to me.
Okay, very good. Kamal, you want to say something?
Yes, I just want to go back to the issue of financing. And the largest focus has been how to finance mitigation, how to finance transition. There is very little in adaptation. And what Africa needs is adaptation. People talk about we need to green public transportation. I can tell you many countries of our continent don't have public transportation, let alone greening the public transportation. So that's number one. Number two, As I said, people are forced to leave the place they call home. And I can attest, because we did the studies over 2 years in 27 impacted cities and communities in the country. No one wants to leave the place they call home. Africans are happy at home. They don't want to leave. So the solution is that how do you empower people to stay home? There is no one wants to go to Europe, trust me, and I can give you the data. No one is interested to go to the United States. People want to stay home, but people want to live in dignity. People are losing their livelihoods. So as we are trying to finance the transitions, I think we should also localize climate financing. It's the farmers that need to have access to the small grants. It's the fisherman who lost his boat because of some storm and needs a boat that costs $700 in order to have his livelihood. The World Bank is not going to finance a $700 boat, because the gentleman who's going to sign that order makes more than $700 a day. So I think we need to ask for the transition, and we need to ask for the localization. We need to push. We need to force the global north to focus on the zero, yeah. But we need to finance adaptation, yeah. And livelihoods.
And it seems to me I'm glad you mentioned the adaptation piece, which clearly plays second fiddle to the mitigation bit. How do you? I guess one of the big problems here is this idea of a return on investment and finding a return on investment when it comes to adaptation. It's a lot easier when it comes to mitigation. How do you make that argument to the investors?
Can I be plain? And I'm a sovereignist. The issue here is it's social cohesion. I'm a peacekeeper. I spent 15 years in peacekeeping, and I've seen how the loss of social cohesion can lead to tensions. We have to invest in social cohesion, because that's how you keep the social peace. That's how you sustain peace, and that is the G17.
Yeah. Okay, Jean-Paul, go ahead.
No, I would just say that I think the question on return on investment is fundamental, but we do have the wrong attitude towards risk, because we look at risk in terms of the risk of the ability of, for example, small and medium enterprises, the examples that Kamal gave, of those people, their ability to pay. But the reality is that if we can link the livelihood that they're developing to a sustainable form of income, we're actually reducing that risk. But today that flow is not going, because you see that small and medium enterprise in an African country as being unbankable. And we have to recognize that if we continue to take those operators who are on the front line of climate change and treat them as unbankable, then adaptation remains unbankable. And there are things that can be done. We can pilot insurance schemes, for example, which initially might need seed financing, but there are many positive examples in Africa of how insurance schemes have made small-scale farmers very bankable, and then you can create pooling and scaling so that you have investment at scale, and that means also investing in the financial architecture at country level, particularly through local development banks.
Okay, good. Thank you very much, President Masisi.
Yes, no, I was desperate to say this, but I think the principle of return on investment is only part of the solution, not all of it. For many communities in Africa, they are not responsible for these. And so reparations must be a driving principle. Polluter pays. I mean, who caused this to be? And if you were to flip it to also include an element of the principle of return on investment, sure, it's smart for you as the polluter, as the cause of the problem, to invest in the reparation and the fixing up of the problem so that there's greater longevity for all of us.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. Oh, we only have that one mic. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. Since Mr. President, I need to leave for another event. I just want to make my last point here. Again, thank you so much for inviting UN Habitat. I would like to make 2 points. One is that whatever that we discuss here, I think we have to look into the 3 A's. The thing must be accessible, must be affordable. Accessible, affordable, and adequate. Either you're talking about a green technology or green infrastructure or whatever the innovation or urban solution or climate solution that we would like, or nature-based solution, whatever it is. And then 3 A's, and it must be in line or aligned with 4 P's: public, private, people partnership.
Okay, good.
If not, it won't work.
All right.
So thank you so much,
Thank
Mr.
you.
President and moderator. I need to leave. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. And look, we're all going to go in about 3 or 4 minutes. We're going to do a quick group photo, but I do want to get just a very quick comment from President Masisi and President Gaingob. President Gaingob, let's start with you. We're on day 1 now. You're going to be here for a few days. You're going to be speaking to, as you said, to a number of people. What gives you the greatest reason for optimism, if anything, when you go back to your home?
That we are talking about it, but not acting. And even King of England said we must act, not just talk. So I will be encouraged that we all realize that we must act and lost less. I talked less. If that is true, I will be happy.
Okay.
With that, I will go home, because they are going to act. But if it is again next year, talking, and I will be disappointed. But now I want to go back. I'm a peacemaker. I want to go back happy that I listen to big people talking about action. And that is hopeful, because maybe we are changing now. The world is moving on. From now on, maybe after I meet some top people, talk to them, they will make me happy. Now, I'm not happy, but there is hope that they will make me happy.
Okay, good. And President Masisi, what's going to make you happy when you go home?
Well, the thing that's going to make me happy is the realization by many increasingly that the urgency is really upon us. And there's greater commitment to responding to our true needs. And with the indication to want to have bilaterals on very specific items, different from even last year, makes one very hopeful. So I'm pretty optimistic we'll get it through. Okay. And sitting next to President Gaingob always makes me happy. And he talks to me and I talk to him. He's got some money. We'll get some from him.
Yeah. All right, President Gaingob, President Masisi, to Kamal, Jean-Paul, and Maimouna, thank you very much indeed to all of you. That was a great discussion. We're going to do a quick group photo, so please don't run away, and then you can run away.
It's working. It's working.
Hi, you the host?
Yes.
Yes, okay,
I'm the
perfect.
co-moderator.
Perfect, nice to meet you.
Co-moderator.
Okay, I'm doing the sound and media. So we're gonna go.
So DJ is not here. So what? We're going to get started or not?
No, we cannot start. If the president is not here, even if DG sitting down, the president is not here, we can't get it.
Which president? Is he coming?
Minister of Aviation is here.
Where is he?
Who?
Minister.
Welcome, everyone, and welcome to our online participants. I would like to crave your indulgence to just exercise a little bit more patience. We are expecting some dignitaries to join us in a moment. We have a word that they are on their way. So just to let you know that we will start as soon as possible. Thank you. Good evening, Chi. How are you? Oh dear. Thank you for all the hard work. Hey.
we're just waiting for the DJ. Oh, sorry.
Well, let's see.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. We have many of the dignitaries that we have expected to be here. We have the Honorable Minister for Aviation and Aerospace, Honorable Festus Keyamo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, representing the President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCON. We're just waiting for one more dignitary to join us, and then we will get the show started. Thank you again for your patience. So while we wait for the DG to join us, I would like to take this opportunity to recognize the dignitaries that are here seated. First of all, His Excellency, Mr. President, the Federal Republic of Nigeria, represented ably by the Honorable Minister for Aviation and Aerospace, Honorable Minister Festus Keyamo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. I would like to recognize Matilda Bond Lawrence, the head, Climate and Nature from the French Development Agency, AFD. I would like to recognize the Global Director of the NDC Partnership, Mr. Pablo Vieira. And I would like to also recognize Mr. Richard Barron of the 2050-year pathway, who's worked very tirelessly and consistently with us to produce the LTS for Nigeria. So let's just wait a few more minutes. We have indication that the DG is going to join us in a short while.
So that we can get how to. But meanwhile, we have just few minutes here.
Left. So why can't we get started? I'm still thanking you all for your patience and also thanking our online participants for their patience. We will get started as soon as possible. The production of the long-term low-emission development strategy for Nigeria marks a major milestone for the country in its effort to tackle climate change in a way that is also consistent with its national development aspirations. And very soon we're going to get the program started. agreed to open.
Okay.
All right, we have resolved the issue at stake, and I can now report that we are about to really start. One more time, let me welcome you, ladies and gentlemen, to the official launch of the Nigerian Long-Term Low-Emission Development Strategy, a journey that took more than a year and is now going to be culminating in the official launch of the strategy. I would like to again welcome His Excellency, the President of Nigeria, President Ahmed Bola Tinubu, GCON, ably represented by the Minister for Aviation and Aerospace, Honorable Minister Festus Keyamo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. To get us started, we will take a short opening remark from the Director, Nigerian Council on Climate Change, Dr. Salisu Dahiru, who will be represented briefly by Ms. Halima Bawabwari from the NCCC. Halima, let's give her a round of applause, please. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. And I would have said bonjour, but that's where my French stops. So, firstly, I would like to apologize sincerely on behalf of my boss, Dr. Salisu Dahiru, who is on his way here representing the president in some other event. We all know how COP can be. And our profound apologies to Honorable Minister of Aviation, but being a brother that he is, he understands, and we're very thankful for that. As soon as the DG comes in, he may have a few words if we still have the time. But for the benefit of time, and time is well spent, I would like to acknowledge also the Honorable Minister of Aviation, Mr. Keyamo, and Pablo, whom I have known for very long on the NDC partnership, and the AFD representative, I hope to know more thereafter, and the 2050 Pathway, Richard. We have known each other. So this journey, as Professor Chukwumerije said, started in 2021, thereabout, with what we call the long-term vision for Nigeria. And thereafter, it's followed up with the long-term strategy, which we are about to launch today. Time is well spent, and we have a very limited time. I'm not a woman for too many words, I hope. So with that being said, I just want to thank all of you for making the time, our honorable panelists and members of the audience, each and every one of you, because if you are not here, this event will not happen. And we profoundly thank His Honorable from the National Assembly, and we hope the event will be very enriching and enlightening for each and every one of you. And as I said, being like is not like, so as soon as the DG comes, he would take his place and perhaps give a few words. With that being said, I just want to welcome and thank you for coming and open the event. Thank you.
Let's appreciate her. Thank you very much, Ms. Halima Bawabwari. And as she said, we've spent quite a lot of time already, so I will just introduce now the Honorable Minister for Aviation and Aerospace, Honorable Mr. Festus Keyamo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, to come and give a short keynote speech on behalf of the President. And also, you're wearing three caps, actually. You're wearing your own cap, you're wearing the cap of the Minister for Environment and the President, Federal Republic of Nigeria. Honorable Minister, please. So he needs 3 rounds of applause.
I can come there. You have to take this off.
If you see, you can stay there and talk. Okay.
When lawyers address the Supreme Court, they stand. So I'm used to standing to address my audience. Please allow me to adopt the protocols already established here. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, climate advocates, and partners in sustainable development. This speech is a speech I deliver wearing the cap of the Minister of Environment, my colleague, who is otherwise engaged somewhere. So me, I'll also, run along too once I launch this to some other engagements. But here I wear the cap of my colleague, not that of the president. It is an honor standing before you as the Honorable Minister of Environment for Nigeria, whom I represent here, to present a vision that transcends boundaries and paves the way for a resilient and low-carbon nation in line with Nigeria's commitment to the UN FCCC Paris Agreement. This event of the launch of Nigeria's long-term low-emission development strategy here at COP28 marks our collective commitment to a sustainable future. The long-term low-emission development strategy we unveil today is not merely a set of targets. It is a blueprint that encapsulates our dedication to balancing progress with environmental responsibility. It is a testament to Nigeria's determination to address the complex and urgent challenge of climate change whilst advocating the prosperity and well-being of our people. At the heart of this strategy lies a commitment to ambitious emission reduction targets that align with global objectives. Nigeria recognizes the need for energy transition, and this strategy charts a course towards harnessing the potential of renewable energy sources. By doing so, we strive to enhance energy efficiency, reduce carbon footprints, and contribute nationally to global effort towards combating climate change. Our approach extends beyond energy to encompass climate-resilient agriculture, and this strategy places premium on sustainable land use and agricultural practices that support food security. Importantly, Nigeria's vision for a low-emission development strategy is inseparable from the principle of inclusive economic growth. This strategy aims not just for progress, but for progress that benefits every segment of our society, leaving no one behind. It is a commitment to social equity and the creation of opportunities that resonate across our diverse nation. As Nigeria seeks to navigate this transformative journey with this low-emission development strategy, we recognize the need for collaboration between governments and the citizens, between businesses and civil society, and collaboration on the global stage. Distinguished participants, this national strategy calls for international collaboration, inviting partnerships, technology transfer, and financial support to accelerate the realization of our shared climate goals. In concluding, let me mention that this launch is not an end point, but a starting point, and a call to action for every stakeholder here present, national and international, to invest in our shared future. Together, let's walk these paths where our commitment to environmental stewardship harmonizes seamlessly with our pursuit of economic prosperity. May the launch of Nigeria's long-term low-emission development strategy be the dawn of a new era of our nation and for the world at large. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you, Honorable Minister Festus Keyamo, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, representing Honorable Balarabe Abbas Lawal, Honorable Minister for Environment for Nigeria. I would like to recognize Honorable Tessa Ubo, Deputy Chairman, House Committee of Environment, to bring the perspective from the parliamentarians. Honorable.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I bring you good tidings from the 10th House of Representatives of Nigeria. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, in developing the 10th agenda for the National Assembly in 2023, included climate and environmental sustainability as part of our national agenda in the 10th House of Reps. And so I'm here at this event to give credence to that agenda and to reassure our partners, our friends across Africa and in the executive arm of government that the National Assembly stands committed to promote the ideals that we stand for in Nigeria when it comes to climate adaptation and mitigation. The 9th House of Representatives initiated the bill that culminated in the establishment of the National Council for Climate Change in Nigeria. And we're very proud of that achievement, and that is why we have decided that we're going to push and advance policies and the agenda for climate resilience in Nigeria. Most importantly, we are also proposing a bill to transform the council maybe into a commission so that it is properly funded by the federal government of Nigeria and it's properly funded and budgeted for by the National Assembly. And as we speak, the budget for the Ministry of Environment has been submitted to the National Assembly, and we're looking for ways that we can incorporate some of the funding needs and some of the challenges that we've observed already in terms of our efforts to make sure that the budget captures the environmental needs and the targets that we've set for ourselves as a National Assembly. I've looked through the targets set for ourselves, the long-term low-emission development strategy, and I see that it covers every sector of the country. So we just want to say we're proud of what the Council is doing so far. We're proud of what the Ministry of Environment is doing, and we're giving this reassurance that we'll continue to do even more to make sure that we achieve the goals for which we've set for ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Tessa Obo, for assuring us of the commitment of the parliamentarians to support the LTS and the implementation of it thereof. Thank you. I would now like to bring on the podium the Global Director of the NDC Partnership, Mr. Pablo Vieira. Please. Can we recognize him with a short applause? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister of Aviation and Aerospace, dear Halima, distinguished guests, colleagues, congratulations. It is an honor to join today the launch of Nigeria's long-term low-emissions development strategy, a strategic milestone for translating the pledge that Nigeria had at COP26 in Glasgow to achieve net zero by 2060. This is a vehicle for the transformation of Nigeria's economy and society. Today, we are witnessing Nigeria's commitment to become an international model in transitioning from a fossil fuel-based economy to a net zero climate-resilient society through a comprehensive set of measures, including innovative efforts to develop non-oil revenues and a focus on mobilizing investment to accelerate the transition in critical areas like infrastructure and power. The NDC partnership commends our focal points, the National Council on Climate Change and the Ministry of Finance, for their leadership in this process and their commitment to working closely with other sectoral ministries, subnational governments, and non-state actors in driving Nigeria's transition together. The partnership is proud to have supported Nigeria in building a strong foundation for the delivery of its midterm targets embodied in its NDC, and its long-term goals reflected in the strategy that is being launched today. So far, members of the partnership have collectively supported the updating of Nigeria's NDC, rated more ambitious and inclusive, and submitted to the UNFCCC in July of 2021, with support from UNDP, IRENA, WRI, FAO, the Islamic Development Bank, the African Development Bank, the EU, AFD, UK, amongst others. Also, with support from the UK, Nigeria aligned the updated NDC with its long-term strategy and its energy transition plan to ensure policy coherence and coordination. Also with UK support, the government is now translating the updated NDC into a costed online NDC implementation framework that will serve as the national tool to plan and implement climate action across sectors, coordinate NDC implementation, mobilize support, and facilitate reporting across state and non-state actors. Germany is currently supporting a net zero investment plan to mobilize more resources for the updated NDC and the long-term strategy. And 2 technical advisors are being deployed to coordinate NDC implementation efforts. And 2 more climate finance advisors will be deployed in very little time. Lastly, please allow me to recognize our members that are supporting the long-term strategy we have launched today. Thank you very much. Especially, I want to recognize 2050 Pathways Platform and the French Development Agency, together with other institutions like Nature Eco Capital, the Center of Climate Change and Development at Alex Ekweme Federal University, and the Institute for Sustainable Development and International Relationships. As Nigeria finalizes its long-term strategy and its midterm NDC implementation framework, we expect Nigeria to identify new areas of support. The NDC partnership stands ready to continue mobilizing our members to support Nigeria's vision and priorities. We call on our members to continue to provide support in a coordinated manner. By acting together, we achieve more. Thank you very much. And again, congratulations.
Thank you, Pablo, for your warm words. Really deeply appreciated. And I'm sure the Nigerian government is very grateful for the support that the NDC partnership renders to it in pursuit of its long-term low-emission development strategy. I would like to now invite Ms. Mathilda Bon-Lawrence, the head, Climate and Nature in the French Development Agency, AFD, and the AFD also played a major role in crafting the LTS, and I'm sure that she will speak into that. Mathilda.
I'm not sure if I talk.
You can come over here.
I come here.
And while we're trying to unwire Mathilda, I would like to recognize the presence of Dr. Salisu Dahiru, the Director, National Council on Climate Change. And may I welcome you to the podium, please? May I invite you?
Take my chair.
Over there.
Have my seat.
And we'll get another one. Why are you?
No, I will go downstairs. No, thank you very much, Honorable Minister, Director, Professor Okereke. I will not repeat too much Pablo's statements, which have been already very comprehensive and true to what I also feel today. I'm simply very honored to be invited to participate in this important moment when you are officially launching this long-term strategy, knowing, of course, the importance of the commitment of Nigeria and the importance of the trajectory, the development trajectory of Nigeria for the Africa continent and for climate in general. You know how important long-term low-emission development strategies are to the implementation of the Paris Agreement. They are expected to guide short-term targets, such as the NDCs. They are also expected to support public policies to put in place to achieve low carbon and resilient development. But maybe taking a step back, as a development finance institution representative here, you may also know that the French development took the commitment to be fully aligned with the Paris Agreement. What does it mean for a bank like us to be fully aligned? It means simply supporting your countries into the implementation of your vision, and therefore the creation, the definition of those long-term low-emission development strategy should form the basis of our common work. This is why AFD has been devoting specific means and tools to support the development of long-term low-emission development strategy around the world. We have been developing and supporting through our 2050 facility more than 20 countries in this work, a number of them with the support and the collaboration of the French Institute IDRI, who is also present here through the Deep Decarbonation Pathway initiative. We have started working on the Nigeria LTS in 2020, as it was said already, with Professor Okereke, Funai University. And we are very happy and very proud to see this part of the work now being launched in this event today. Of course, AFD will remain, AFD and our subsidiary Proparco will remain alongside the Nigeria government and the Nigerian partners to deliver on what is incorporated into this long-term strategy, on all the investments that you will need to do it. We remain by your side. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Matilda Bon-Laurence. That's a very warm word. I hope we recorded it. The French Development Agency says that they will remain by our side as we seek to implement the LTS. And when a banker says he will remain by your side, you can go and have coffee. I would like to recognize Engineer Gbenga Komalafe, OFR, Chief Executive, Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission. Can you give us a wave so we can know you're here? Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Now I would like to bring to the podium Richard Barron, the Executive Director of the 2050 Pathway, to give his remarks.
Thank you very much, and it's a delight to be with you today. It's a very important milestone for Nigeria's long-term development towards a more climate resilient and a net zero economy. I am Richard Barron, the Executive Director of the 2050 Pathways Platform. We're a multi-stakeholder initiative that was brought together around COP28 with a view to actually support countries in the elaboration of such long-term strategies. And Nigeria was a member among 37 other countries of the 2050 Pathways Platform from the very beginning. Ever since we committed to support Nigeria in this effort, we have had the chance to work with the Federal Ministry of Environment and then with the National Climate Change Council in support for what was a first step, which was the long-term vision that was submitted as a long-term strategy for Nigeria to the UNFCCC a couple of years ago, and ever since in making sure that this was transformed into the document that you have in front of you today, and that's going to be submitted to the UNFCCC. It's been a delight to accompany you all along this journey. It was a process that was not done with just a handful of participants from Nigeria, but in fact by a broad group and supported by very able partners. I'd like to recognize on this the DDP Nigeria team, which was led by Professor Okereke, with the support of the DDP team in France, IDRI. We have Henri Weissman here and others. Dr. Itua from Natural Eco Capital and his team that we've worked with for many, many years now to support this work. But also the partners that have accompanied and supported this financially and otherwise. The NDCP, who brought us together around the time where the NDC was being updated. Pablo Vieira is with us here today. The French Development Agency, who's been supporting the DDP Nigeria work, of course, and others who were actually involved in this work through an extensive set of consultations with technical groups, a steering committee that met a number of times to actually ensure that the work that was being done was in sync with many stakeholders' aspirations for this work. I think it's important to recognize the road that was traveled. We started out with this idea of a vision that we did not want to quantify too early, and then the president of Nigeria set the tone by saying that it was for Nigeria to take responsibility to bring its emissions to net zero by 2060. And since then, modelers and economists and experts have worked relentlessly to try to deliver a long-term trajectory that could actually achieve this by 2060. So we're now standing in front of a document that actually shows how this might be done. And not just that, but shows some of the implications for land use, some of the implications for society as a whole. So let me stop here, but to recognize that it's been a privilege to work with the very able teams that were gathered for this work and that we had the pleasure to support some of you in this room here today. And congratulate Nigeria once more for this very important step towards low-carbon development. And before closing, I'd like to recognize also my team at the 2050 Pathways Platform, Mikkel Sameri here, but also earlier Dana Schran, who's not with us today, but all the people that were involved to do this work, the very extensive DDP Nigeria team and Natural Eco Capital. Again, thank you very much, distinguished delegates, Minister, and National Climate Change Council.
Thank you, Richard Barron, Executive Director, 2050 Pathway Platform. I think that yours is a great example of how to support and partner with developing countries, and Nigeria especially. Thank you for your consistent support. And I will now, at this juncture, hand over to my co-facilitator, Dr. Eugene Itua, to take us to the end of the program. Thank you.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, just to quickly say that from our partners and indeed from the minister, you've heard all the beautiful information. What will be the next thing? There is need to implement this beautiful piece of work. And it's been alluded to. But how do we get this done? One of the things that you have embedded in the report is the carbon element of it. And we all continue to talk about carbon credits. But then, how do we take the very first step? Looking at the landscape, for instance, a pilot project that we can start with. I'd like to call very briefly on Morakiyo Tunde to just say one thing, and then Robbie, would you want to come along? Just a minute, please.
Tunde, over to you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to announce a partnership which has just been signed between the NCCC, African Nature Investors, ANI, and the Africa Carbon Partnership. We recently signed an agreement to develop voluntary carbon projects in Nigeria together, and we are developing two projects to begin with, the Gashaka Gumti Carbon Project and the Okomu National Park Carbon Project. These projects together will protect about 700,000 hectares of forest and will generate about 10 million carbon credits. The first project, which is the Gashaka Gumti Carbon Project, is set in Taraba and Adamawa states right on the border with Cameroon. It has an amazing habitat, protecting West Africa's largest population of chimpanzees, but also 500 species of birds. But more importantly, it will help to develop the livelihoods of the communities that live all around the park and lift up that region of Nigeria. So we are really, really optimistic that this project will become a pilot for the development of many other voluntary carbon projects in Nigeria and help Nigeria on its roadmap towards implementing the scheme that we've been talking about today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And again, still talking about how we can implement this. I'd like to call on Amudi Chioma to quickly say something. He's the desk officer on this at the NCCC side. Please, just a few minutes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Iji. I just want to highlight the possible needs of implementing Nigeria's LTS. So this is the overview of the LTS that is developed, and the scenarios are the business as usual, the current policy scenarios, and the gas economy scenarios, and the renewable energy scenarios. So the needs to implement the long-term low-emission development strategies for Nigeria, we need a couple of other things. This policy framework, stakeholder engagement, capacity building, financial resources, technology transfer, data and monitoring system, policy coherence, public awareness and education, adaptation measures, legal framework, and international cooperation and inclusive decision-making. So basically, in the issues of policy, we need to establish a framework that supports the transition of low-carbon development, and which involves creating, updating existing policies. The stakeholder engagement, we need to engage with larger stakeholders, just like we did when we were formulating the LTS-led. What we did was to go subnational input, the private sector, the MDAs, and also the CSOs. The next one is capacity building. We need to also build the capacities of those people who are responsible to implement the NDCs, the LTS-leds, as well as the NDCs. So we also need finance. The finance is domestic financing and also international finance. We need technology transfer. We need data monitoring, reporting, and we also need policy coherence. We need public awareness and also need adaptation measures, legal framework, and the last one, international cooperation and inclusive in all decision makers of the high level. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much for that, Chairman. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the highlight of this very occasion is the launching of this very beautiful piece of work. I would like to call on the Honorable Minister, please.
Thank you. Nigeria has shown a great commitment to the total transition from fossil fuel to low emission fuels across all sectors of Nigerian economy. And so to push that forward, Nigeria has developed Nigeria's long-term low-emission development strategy. And I have the pleasure and privilege today to launch this document that is a testament to Nigeria's commitment towards this goal. My pleasure and privilege to launch it. Thank you.
Please, the photographers.
May I now? Yeah. May I now invite the Director General of the National Council on Climate Change, Dr. Salisu Dahiru, to make the closing remarks.
Hello. Good evening. First, let me just quickly apologize. I was given multiple tasks and multiple representations, of which the Honorable Minister for Aviation is aware of some of them. So he has given me permission to come late. Secondly, I want to thank the Honorable Minister for Aviation. Please, you are too tall. You are preventing my... Good. Even though the Honorable Minister was also tall, but this microphone was even too short for him. But that is to tell you how large his heart has been, because we invited him for this function. He willingly agreed to come and represent the President, represent the Minister of Environment, and represent every lover of the climate and every lover of the National Council on Climate Change. Sir, I want to say a very big thank you for this honor. Secondly, sir, this long-term low emissions development strategy is a product of several months of work. And it also represents one way of showing how government, successive governments at different times and with different institutional arrangements can come and work together to deliver one document for Nigeria. This project began with the Department of Climate Change in the Ministry of Environment. And when we had the transition to the National Council took it up, and the sponsors, the financiers, those that provided the technical support and assistance for this project, the 2050 pathway, made sure that there was no break in transmission at all from the beginning till this project was delivered. I want to say a very big thank you to the 2050 pathway. Honorable Minister, sir, you are here as a father of this document. I want to place it on record that the National Council on Climate Change has been working very hard under very, very peculiar circumstances. This is one of the major achievements that the Council has been able to deliver for Nigeria. But, sir, we are doing this simply based on the goodwill that we've been enjoying, that we've been getting from multilateral bodies and other development partners. And this is one of such examples. Virtually nothing from the budget has been part of this. But we are proud because government has invested in the people that worked with 2050 pathways. Government has also invested in creating the enabling environment for 2050 pathway to partner with Nigeria. And we look forward to more of this. I want to say this to the 2050 pathway and any other multilateral organization that is here. Having this project or this document in place, believe me sincerely, is just the beginning of the journey. It is nothing but the beginning of the journey. There remains two very key aspects. One is to develop the investment plan for all the projects that will be harvested from this document. Number two, it is also to attract and mobilize the required funding that is needed to finance those activities and ensure that they are implemented. This is needed if we review or if we recall the statement by His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu when he delivered the budget 2024, where the issue of COP28 featured very prominently, and he gave matching orders to the Ministry of Environment and the National Council on Climate Change to come to COP28 and mobilize as much climate finance as possible. We are emphasizing this, and we are also calling on 2050 pathways and our other highly dependable partners to come again, work with Nigeria by COP29. The Honorable Minister for Aviation, who is also interested in decarbonizing Nigeria's aviation sector, will be here to launch the funding arrangements that we've gotten for the implementation of LT-LEDs. I want to thank everybody for all his efforts, and we look forward to working with you, collaborating with you, and ensuring that this document does not rest on anybody's shelf. not that of 2050 pathways, not that of the National Council on Climate Change, and not even that of UNFCCC, but as a living document that can transform our journey towards net zero. Thank you and God bless.
Our distinguished DG, thank you very much for that eloquent speech. And ladies and gentlemen, just to say that we have come to the end of this very beautiful session of the launch of this very document. Thank you very much. And of course, AFD that assisted in the technical aspect of it, and the NDC partnership that will continue to support us in implementation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, our Honorable Minister.
Right, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. I'll be in touch with you. All right. Very nice to meet you. See you in Abuja. Thank you very much. I'm going back on the 6th. Yes. I'm based in Abuja. Yes. Yes. I'll come and see you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. 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 All right. Thank you very much. Eugene, thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Can I have the African Union Commission, please?
I'm stepping in for my director, Carla Montesi, who couldn't join.
Thank you very much. I'm Chris Spence, and I'll be your moderator today.
Hi, how are you?
The minister is on the way, he's coming. So
Yeah.
when he comes, will he make him sit here or he comes straight?
He can come straight for respect, but I will start asking him also in the second group. So even if he comes late, yeah, okay. I think let me introduce myself first. Someone can help to stop the noise from outside, or ask the people who are outside to be a bit silent. Good afternoon, everyone. I usually like a response. I know it's the last minute, it's the last hours. Good afternoon. Do you hear me from there? Thank you very much. That's already an acknowledgement that I am speaking to lively people. Thank you so much. This is a side event organized between the African Union Development Agency, AUDA NEPAD, the African Development Bank, and the African Union Commission, with the support from the partnership with the European Union. So you can see I have mentioned this. We have representatives who have come here, which fits very well because we are talking about a practical session which talks about electrifying Africa. In the context of the desire of Africa to connect all the member states on one grid known as the African Single Electricity Market. It's going to be the biggest geographically. In terms of content, maybe not, but geographically in future, Africa will have the biggest grid. And here I'm represented, I have representation starting from my right. I will introduce them by names as they speak, and I'll ask them to speak their remarks, starting from the African Union Development Agency. My brother here, Amin, is Director of Infrastructure, Industry and Trade within the African Union Development Agency, and he is representing Her Excellency, the CEO, who unfortunately cannot be with us for other occupations. Over to you. I hope this is working. Try it. If not working, I'll give you this.
I will just keep it here. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. It's working. Yeah, it's now working, this one. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed government members, partners, distinguished officials, and honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. I'm going to speak here on behalf of Madame Nardos Bekele-Thomas, who is the Chief Executive Officer of AUDA NEPAD. As we convene today, I stand before you not just to report our achievements on the Continental Master Plan, but also to issue a call to action, an appeal to galvanize stakeholders in addressing the pressing issue, the pressing challenge of lack of access to electricity in our continent. In the recent fourth ordinary session of the STC, our Specialized Technical Committee on Transport, Transcontinental and Interregional Infrastructure and Energy, that was held in September in Zanzibar. There was the adoption of the Continental Power Systems Master Plan and the African Single Electricity Market, AFSEM 5 years business plan. It was adopted during this meeting. Let me report this, ladies and gentlemen. The CMP and the AFSEM embody a vision of a unified Africa connected through a single electricity grid, but their true impact lies not in the pages of report, but in the lives they can actually transform. It's a call for all of us to double our efforts toward bridging the gap and ensuring universal access to clean, affordable, and uninterrupted electricity. Our success hinges on collaboration, on government financial institutions, development partners, and communities coming all together in a unified effort. I would like to extend here my deep appreciation to all those who committed resources in the past phase of the CMP, including the African Development Bank, the European Union, but also the International Atomic Energy Agency, the International Renewable Energy Agency, IRENE, USAID Power Africa, the French Development Agency, GATE-Pro, the regional economic communities, power pools, and also, of course, our African Union member states, as well as GIZ as well. Your contributions, ladies and gentlemen, were very instrumental in the achievement of the first phase of the CMP. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa, with 40% of the world's renewable energy potential, we hold a unique opportunity to build a green energy system that not only will eliminate our factories, our homes, but would also fuel climate positive growth. So the CMP and the AFSEM, they set for a bold vision for scaling up renewable energy, aligning with the recent Africa Climate Summit Nairobi Declaration for achieving 300 gigawatts from renewable by 2030. So let us seize all together this opportunity and convert it into tangible progress. The CMP and AFSEM, both together, actually we propose to quadruple the current generation capacity to an impressive ambition of 1,200 gigawatts by 2040, of which over 60% will be renewable. That will, of course, help to reduce Africa's carbon emission intensity by over 50% in the electricity sector. The investment, which is actually required for the CMP, is projected to be $1.3 trillion, with about 35 billion, which is earmarked for transmission and the rest for power generation. So the potential for electricity trading between power pools in our continent is estimated to be 135 billion by 2040 in part of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, the ACFTA. And there is also a potential for electricity trade between Africa, Europe, and the Middle East, not only through existing interconnection, but also through planned interconnection. So for us, it's important that we recognize that CMP and AFSEM are reference document, but they are more than reference document. For us, they are the blueprint of the commitment of our member states, our head of states and government, to prioritize the electricity sector. So let these documents be more than just words on paper, and let them be a spark for the transformative change, a roadmap that will guide our collective journey toward a future where no one will be left out, actually, in Africa. But ladies and gentlemen, to make sure that the CMP become a reality, we really need to undertake a focused approach. And this focused approach for us include 3 steps. Number 1, Capacity building for enhancing long-term energy planning for our member states, in collaboration, of course, with our regional economic communities, but also our regional power pool, so that we'll align our regional master plans with the CMP, we'll align our national master plan with the CMP and the AFSEM goal. And at ODA-NEPAD, we are already doing that, but we need to join effort all together to better support our member states in building their capacity and our regional power pool as well in building their capacity, not only for energy planning, but also for managing efficiently big energy projects. Number two, we need as well to accelerate priority projects by developing, I would say, a valid, a strong, solid pipeline of bankable priority projects that will be the foundation of accessible, sustainable energy across the continent. At ODA-NEPAD, again, with the support of our partners, we have, for the last few years, have been launching and using the service delivery mechanism, which is an instrument that is dedicated to undertake early project preparation, ensuring quality and rigor, so as to support all stakeholders to move projects from identification stage to financial close. And the CMP projects need to be supported, to be moved quickly, swiftly, to the bankability stage. We estimate that the initial investment for this phase, actually the work we are doing at ODA-NEPAD, would require an investment of about $200 million for this pre-feasibility work. We need to work together to mobilize those initial funding and ensure that projects are moved quickly and swiftly to the bankability level. And time is of essence here. And thirdly, it's important to continue working together to create innovative market by supporting power pools in creating innovative regional electricity markets, actually, including renewable energy markets and electricity exchange financial markets. So implementation of AFSEM is a mandatory road if we really want to close the gap in terms of access to electricity, and if we want to move toward a universal access and obviously just a transition. So, ladies and gentlemen, in closing, I would like to assure you that at ODA-NEPAD, we remain committed to drive this initiative forward. Of course, we are acting on behalf of our member states because this is our mandate. But our commitment is not enough. It requires really collective pledges from each one of you here and from all our member states together, so that we can really move this initiative from just a plan to become a reality by 2030 first, then by 2040, and to achieve the 80% access, which still be, I would say, short of the project of making sure that we'll achieve universal access. Thank you very much. And yeah.
Thank you very much, my brother. I think this is, the outline is we are going to have power 24/7 in the future. Continental Power System Master Plan, ODA-NEPAD driving the implementation. But in it, we need finance. And finance have already started. Let me call upon African Development Bank. And African Development Bank, as I mentioned, here we are representing our Vice President who was supposed to be with us but could not. And we have Director Wale Shonbare, who is the Director of Energy Financing Solutions, Policy and Regulations. Over to you to deliver the remarks. And try to keep it in 5 minutes so that people don't start thinking of home.
Yes. Good evening, everybody. My name is Wale Shonibare. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I know it's quite late in the day, so I'll make my remarks very brief. I'm here representing Vice President Kevin Kariuki, who's responsible for energy, climate, and green growth at the African Development Bank. So we all know the statistics about low energy access in Africa. 56% of African population have access. We've all heard the statistics of 580 million Africans not having access to electricity. And we know that there's projected population growth. We have a young population in Africa. Africa needs to industrialize in order to bring people out of poverty. The African Development Bank's #1 strategic objective is to light up and empower Africa. And we also have the New Deal on Energy for Africa to implement that objective. And with the recently adopted Africa Continental Power Systems Master Plan, we all know that it's not business as usual. To meet the demand growth, Africa needs to generate about 2,400 terawatt hours by 2040, costing approximately $1.3 billion. And in order to do that, our work is set out. We need to raise significant amount of financing, and also in terms of developing priority regional infrastructure, transmission lines, in order to have the integrated African single electricity market, and also the continental master plan. We have been working very closely with NEPAD, African Union Commission, European Union. The African Development Bank contributed about $6 million for stakeholder consultations and the development of the Central Power Pool Master Plan and capacity building within NEPAD and the power pools. And with the work on the Continental Master Plan, the findings demonstrate that there's significant potential socioeconomic and environmental benefits in having a fully integrated continental power system on the continent. And in fact, there's a lot of potential export earnings for Africa in trading power. Mozambique alone earns about $200 million a year from trading, from its power trade into the Southern Africa power pool. And it's estimated that about $136 billion annually by 2040 could be realized by African countries who are able to trade electricity. And this is also in line with the AFCFTA. So the CMP and AFSEM, Continental Master Plan, and the single electricity market are absolutely crucial. And we are fully committed to supporting it. So in conclusion, I wish to reiterate the African Development Bank's support. We will continue to work with the AUC, the NEPAD, the EU World Bank, and other development finance institutions. And there's a plan to organize the Africa Energy Summit in line with the requirement during the 4th ordinary session of the African Union, when one of the recommendations was that this summit should be organized in 2024 in order to bring all the stakeholders together behind this ambition. Thank you very much for listening, and I hope I kept to my 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir, very much, and thank you for keeping your time. And you want to usher him, or shall I do it? No, it's okay. We'll bring him. Where is he sitting? He's standing outside. Okay, you can sit. Can I move? Where do you want to sit? Just anywhere here. Okay, so director should move. No, it's okay. Just you can, I think, take seats over there. Yeah, and then I'll call them. Yeah, thank you. You don't want him to sit over there. Okay. Those seats, there's a permanent secretary coming to sit on those seats. Okay, you can bring him to the chair at the end there. Yeah, he's coming. Okay. Welcome,
Nice to meet you.
I'm Chris Benzana. Nice meeting you. Please take a chair temporarily because to come down. Thank you, thank you. Now can I move on to the African Union Commission? As you have heard that the summit is on, the bank is ready. Auda NEPAD has already displayed they want to move with this electrification program. Bank is ready. Now how do we bring people together? You can see already we have here, Honorable is in with us. So we are moving, everybody is coming. So over to AUC. We are represented here by Mr. Eric Mutage Ngwe-Rwa, who is representing Her Excellency, the Commissioner for Infrastructure and Energy, who went to some meetings in the morning and was dragged into other meetings and cannot be with us as well. But since we have a meeting now with directors, I think it makes a lot of much more music. Over to you, Eric.
Thank you, moderator. On behalf of Her Excellency Dr. Mani Abu Zaid, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, it is with great pleasure and gratitude that on behalf of the African Union Commission, I welcome you all to this event organized together with Auda NEPAD and the African Development Bank with the aim to showcase Africa's plans and strategies for a sustainable low-carbon energy future within the context of the two important energy initiatives of the African Union, the African Single Electricity Market, and the Continental Power System Master Plan, and to rally political, financial, technical, and strategic support towards their implementation phases. The last 5 years within which the AFSEM and the CMP were marked by triple crises of the COVID-19 pandemic, the Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and the impact of climate change. These crises negatively affected Africa and the world at large, triggering financial and economic crisis and adversely impacting Africa's energy sector, leading to rising energy security concerns and influencing critical energy infrastructure decisions. In the wake of these crises, access to affordable, reliable, and sustainable energy continues to be a major challenge for Africa. Thus, the policymakers consider it necessary for re-strategizing towards accelerating energy systems development in a resilient and sustainable way, with a view to immensely deploy and benefit from the vast low-carbon energy resources by making renewables to meet more than 80% of the increase in electricity generation by 2030. The Continental Power System Master Plan, CMP, projects that Africa needs about 2,400 terawatt-hour by 2040, corresponding to an increase of nearby 1,500 terawatt-hour from the 2021 level. This represents an average annual growth rate of 5.4% and translates to an additional 252 gigawatts capacity requirements until 2040. The generation mix in the continent is projected to be more diversified, with the installation of the solar PV capacity projected to increase at least 20-fold, while wind power is projected to be one of the dominant technologies on the system. This aligns with the estimates of our partners. According to the International Energy Agency's Africa Energy Outlook report of 2022, solar and wind energy are expected to increase 8-fold by 2030, while IRENA's 1.5 degrees Celsius scenario estimates that the share of renewable energy will reach up to 90% of power generation in 2050, with Africa's primary energy demand rising by over 30% by 2030. The good news is that Africa has sufficient renewable energy resources to meet these ambitious projections, which are essential for driving the continental socio-economic development aspirations. The available hydro resources can meet about 70% of the projected baseline continental peak demand and more than 97% of the exploitable solar and wind resources identified remain untapped. These resources can be fully utilized towards building a sustainable low-carbon future under the African single electricity market, and this holds new promise for continent's universal energy access goals. Distinguished participants, it is evident that renewable energy technologies can unleash multiple opportunities to achieve Africa's twin goals of sustainable energy access and green economy transformation, and with renewable energy constituting 763 gigawatts installed out of a total of 1,200 gigawatts by 2040 based on CMP projections. It is more important than ever to make the business case to low carbon energy development in Africa using renewables to inform energy decisions in the continent to enable the capture of the huge benefits of low carbon energy technologies and innovations. Both the AFSEM and the CMP have been designed to provide the needed guides for the best pathway towards Africa's sustainable energy generation, transmission, and utilization in the coming decades, and to ensure an inclusive, sustainable, and equitable low-carbon energy future. AFSEM will pave the way for coordinated action to ensure that investment levels in Africa's low-carbon energy sector reach new highs and turn expectation into reality. There is an urgent need for the regional and national governments, development partners, and the private sector to work together to ensure that Africa's transition to a low-carbon energy future is set in motion and enables it to be a catalyst for the expected economic growth and the improvement of livelihoods across the continent. More importantly, private and public sectors must participate to scale up renewable energy projects and achieve the needed transformational change on the continent. As I conclude, building on the gains of the Africa Climate Summit, COP28 offers Africa an excellent platform to strengthen partnerships, to work together to translate these ambitions into concrete actions, to harness renewable energy resources abundant in Africa and to benefit the world at large. I thank you and wish you fruitful deliberations.
Thank you. That's from the African Union Commission, the words of wisdom. We are now really turning energy into a really powerful area of winning on the climate change. I think let's take it seriously, and I want to ask representing Commissioner as well as representing Director, Stefano is coming to help us. Stefano Signoris is heading the unit on climate and energy, and he will speak on behalf of two people on top of him, so he will be very brief.
Thank you very much, moderator, and thanks for this opportunity to express the European Union and European Commission point of view on this matter. Let me say that I'm always happy to intervene in conversation around this topic, because we were there from the very beginning in supporting, let's say, the efforts of the African Continental Institution on the African Single Electricity Market, the Continental Master Plan, but let me also mention the work that AFREC is carrying out on the energy efficiency. So why for us this endeavor is important? First of all, because it's an African-owned and Africa-led process that in a partnership spirit we want to support. So that is why we mobilized from the very start a very solid team of expertise in order to support the technical work that has been undertaken by the African partners, but also because we believe that this work is fundamental in order to achieve a number of goals, which are also European Union goals. So first of all, without an integrated electricity market, it will be difficult to achieve the decarbonization of the energy system, because only well-interconnected electricity market can achieve decarbonization over time, because, you know, to, of course, integrate in particular intermittent renewable, but also to balance, of course, deficit and surplus amongst the different countries. of course, to achieve full access to energy and to spur investment. And of course, the investment agenda is very strong on our side. Let me recall that in the period 2014-2020, EU member states and EU institutions mobilized close to 14 billion euros in support of SDG 7 investment in Africa. And we will mention also new figures tomorrow for the years to come. Therefore, this work is really important to connect with the investment agenda and with the integration, as I said, of regional market in support of what the power pools are doing and, of course, the country themselves. This will continue to support that. We are preparing, together with the African institution and with the counterparts that are here represented today, and with our colleagues in Addis, the launch of a new program which, as of next year, will consolidate all this work, make it sustainable over time, and also expand the activity insofar possible. And of course, also integrated the work we are doing under the Africa-Europe Energy Partnership. So we want to scale up this support. We are committed to keep our partnership on that. Let me just finish perhaps with mentioning a challenge we all have on this, which is the following. Of course, this is a long-term endeavor. There is work to do between now and 2040. At the same time, there is a strong political pressure that we all have to deliver on the ground with projects, with the concrete things that can happen on the ground. So I think while this long-term perspective is entertained and more work is done, at the same time, we also need to connect, let's say, this long-term agenda with the shorter-term agenda. What I mean short, it's 3 to 5 years, in order to identify a number of projects that can already represent on the ground, let's say, the achievement that the Continental Master Plan and the Africa Single Electricity Market can represent going forward. Let me stop here. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and thanks for all the partners for being there. Thanks.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I understand the label of this COP28 is action. Action. And here we have been given a very nice homework. We were doing designing of the Continental Power System Master Plan. Now we need projects to go online. It's no longer just talk, but action. So when it is action, am I allowed to take off some high level from the African Union Commission? Please, can you go and listen what other people are going to say? From African Development Bank, can you sit down and listen? From Africa, Auda Nepad, go and sit and listen. I want to call in additional team members. You stay, you started it, so I don't want you to go. I want you to, so if you can now, please, I want people who listen. Now we are going into discussions. The people who are there, you are listening, but you are not listening forever. I want to call upon, already sitting here in front of us, guess who? Honorable Minister Peter Kapala, Zambian Minister of Energy, has come to share with us discussions going forward. And I want him to be joined by representative of Egyptian government minister did not come, did not manage to be here. So he had sent a representation who is also not able to be here. So let me call upon Inga. We have Bob Mabaia, the owners of that huge project we have had. Where are you sitting? I don't see. Ah, there you are. Please come and join us here in front. And you sit at the center because you are the center of the energy hub, the gigawatts. Chair. And then let me call upon those who manage power flows. Engineer Stephen Diwa, who is the Executive Director of the Southern African Power Pool Coordination Center. Can you come and join here close to your source of power? And from partners who are interested in this, let me call upon a representative of Her Excellency Federal Minister of Economic Cooperation, represented here by Mr. Dirk Meyer. Please come and sit here in front. Good. Right. I would like to call Irina, but I want to sit there. But maybe time allowing, I want you to be part of here, but I don't want you to sit here. Now I'm going to be here. Is that okay? Good. Right. Now we want to go into another level of discussion, which is no longer discussing things the way we hear stories. I want to call upon our Honorable Minister to start this discussion. Honorable Minister, allow me to ask you, microphones? Let me surrender mine. I don't know whether you are given sufficient microphones. Take mine.
Thank you.
Let me give you my question. Right. As we all know that the speakers up to now have been telling us what they vision, what they want to do. But here we are now faced by a situation where we have to act. Honorable Minister, you heard that everybody is talking about the Continental Power System Master Plan, how it is going to drive the economic power of Africa. So, what is that in your own version? What do you think how the member states should be involved in this? And here when you speak on behalf of also other member states, not only Zambia. And based on your own experience, what are those elements of the Continental Power System Master Plan's vision will need support for implementation? We want to hear it from the member states. Let's all listen so that we can digest. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you so much, and good evening, everybody. Well, to start with, as for Zambia, we need to look at the advantage that we've got. We are centrally located. Other people would call it landlocked, but we call it land-linked. As a result of our position, we'd like to take advantage of this and utilize our vast potential in terms of power generation. We are in a process of connecting to the East African Power Pool. We are a member of the Southern African Power Pool. So we've got this project which is going to be funded by the World Bank, which is the East African Connector, which is Zambia, Tanzania, up to Kenya. So as you can see, the location where we are will facilitate the trading of power, in Africa, from Southern Africa to East Africa and eventually to North and West Africa.
Thank you very much. You can see a country knows that it's landlocked, it's in the middle of Africa, and wants to be the sort of the nodal, the power junction where power transmits. Here we are talking also of Zizabona. I think you are aware that there is going to be a crisscross of power through the nation. Thank you very much. Let me move on because of the interest of time. Let me move on to our brother here from DRC. Very interesting. We have heard of Inga for many years. I think Inga is the historical story of big power in Africa. And we know that Inga is still there. It has not run away, despite our delays. And now when we look at this whole Continental Power System Master Plan, what are the challenges in both the Continental Power System Master Plan? We have had the program for infrastructure development in Africa. How soon are we going to have the power flowing? How soon are we going to start having power flowing? Because here, CMP 2040, things have to happen. Over to you. Can we share the microphone? I think microphones are a bit scarce in this house, but...
D'accord, merci beaucoup. C'est vrai, le projet Grand Inga, on entend parler de ce projet depuis des années.
Oh, so please, those who have French or interpretation. I wish I had finished my French lessons. Otherwise, I was going to interpret. I think those who are in front, you have got your microphones on your chairs. But those who are sitting in the group, you will bear with us. I think go ahead. Please. That's why I kept you in the front.
Oui, en fait, la question était concernée Inga, dont on parle depuis un certain temps. Et je pense que la question était si...
You are translating into French.
Yeah, I'm...
You speak in French, and then you translate into English.
Okay. Okay, fine. Okay. I will translate what is saying into English. Okay, fine.
Voilà, je disais donc merci pour votre question et celle que vous posez, elle est toute pertinente.
Thanks a lot for the question, which is very pertinent.
Le site d'Inga a produit Inga 1 et Inga 2.
Je n'ai pas compris. Ok, donc il n'y a pas besoin de faire ça. Ok.
No, they don't need. Okay, we one technical problem. Audience, please update your French. You listen in French, and we continue. The other panelists, they've got the advantage, they can get the interpretation from there. But please, Stefano, you did very well. Just keep what he's saying and summarize it at the end, maybe, so that our colleagues who did not go to French. Yeah, this is exactly what I was asking in the beginning. I'm not the technical person, but if as a moderator, you should have handed over. So, please, those who want to understand French, there are some instruments at the back on the right-hand side. Feel free, go and fetch. My apology. I should have done my homework in the beginning, but I asked this question. Where are the instruments? And I was only shown this. I didn't know that there's something hidden in that corner there. Yeah, time we're running out. Please try to be brief. We know that Inga, just go to the question, Inga's story, we know it. What is going to happen in the next 2, 3, 5 years?
Voilà, merci. Si la question est, l'attente est que je vous dise Inga commence dans 5 ou 6 mois, clairement ce n'est pas dans cette durée-là. Nous sommes en train de travailler sur la structuration d'Inga, autant sur la partie technique que sur la partie financière. Le schéma de développement est assez connu. Nous avons travaillé en quelques moments avec les équipes de Continental Master Plan. Ce qu'il faut retenir aujourd'hui, c'est que Inga est inclus dans le flagship, en tant que flagship de l'Union africaine, et l'énergie produite à partir d'Inga non seulement va résoudre le problème d'accès à l'énergie, l'accès à l'électricité pour l'Afrique, parce que retenons qu'en premier lieu, l'Afrique a besoin de l'accès à l'électricité. Et ensuite vient le problème de l'électricité, de l'énergie propre. Et Inga est capable de résoudre ces deux problèmes avec de l'énergie qui part du site et des lignes qui partent sur toute l'Afrique. Donc nous sommes en train de travailler, la durée de construction est connue. Quand est-ce que nous commençons? Nous sommes en train d'y travailler. Merci.
Thank you very much. I only heard we are working on it, but I didn't hear the timetable. Anyway, I'll come back to you if given time, because we want to nail down in 10 years, are we going to have power or not? Maybe before I ask that question, maybe I'm taking over from my brother Stephen. You might have to ask that question, but give us your vision. When you look at now the Continental Power System Master Plan, and you realize, things are moving closer to where we are, but there are other things which we should look at. Policy, regulatory frameworks, how the trade is being done. Can you give us your vision? How do you see this thing going forward? You were part of, from the day one, you were part of structuring this CMP, but the regulatory and how we go forward. Please, over to you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to participate in this discussion. I think, first of all, just to complement the effort that has been made in developing the Continental Master Plan. And from a powerful point of view, we see the Continental Master Plan as being built on the building blocks of the power pools. Power pools have already been engaging at regional level, as well as ensuring that there has been engagement with countries to ensure that the environment is an enabling environment both for the operations of the power system as well as facilitating investment in the sector. And we are happy that in each region there is either an association of regulators or a regional regulator to provide that linkage to ensure that the regulatory framework is prepared for that purpose. From a trading point of view, we have been trading, for example, as the Southern African Power Pool, from the Southern African point of view. But we've already started engaging, for example, with Eastern African Power Pool, because we are aware that it's much easier to look at coupling from one power pool to the other as far as trading is concerned. And we believe that will provide a faster move towards the single African electricity market. Let me stop there.
Thank you very much. That was brief and to the point. Yes, regulatory at a regional perspective is okay. Continental, we have a big homework ahead of us. If we want to have it, let's do it properly. Let me hear from our brothers from the other side of the partnership. From Germany here, represented by, I introduced already in the past. We want to hear what is your take in terms of, let me ask a very simple question so that we don't, what would you do in this case as a partner in order to see that we support the efforts which are coming? I think you heard already from one of my colleagues, they were talking about bringing energy as far as to Europe for export to Asia as an export. But in your case, looking at the technological aspects we have, looking at the things that are already in place, what is that you can see as your support mechanism?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for the question. First of all, I think it's very impressive to see what is going on, and everything I heard is so sensible and rational, and it's all connected with the biggest important assumption that that you are able to close the gap between cost effectiveness on the one hand and sustainability on the other hand. And also coming from a government, knowing what our roles are, the role is setting a framework, a legal framework, and trying to set incentives for private investment. That's what I see in this big project as well, very well done and very much on the way. When it comes to developing and emerging countries, of course, we need some extra money on top of it to speed it up, to accelerate. And you heard from my colleague from the European Commission how strongly we are engaged, and Germany as well, with the cooperation is engaged as well. So we address these areas with policy-based loans, policy-based operations for reforms on our partner countries, and of course with solutions specifically for bankable frameworks and bankable projects. So as we underwent all these processes as well, so we have the expertise also with the GIZ to support this big project, which is so crucial for the African continent.
Wow. Thank you very much. Let me take it. Thank you. I think this was already from partner side. We hear good ideas already coming forward. And I would like to maybe ask the last question. I'm under time pressure. I was going to ask the the audience maybe to intervene, but sorry, outside they are already calling to say they didn't leave 15 minutes in between. But I just want to have one word from Irina, since was one of our partners and also sitting in the audience. What is that we can, in terms of support, you have been supporting, and going forward, how do we see the support going forward?
Thank you very much. I think it has been a very established collaboration between Auda, NEPAD, and IRENA, and the power pools in the development of Continental Master Plan. And we have signed a new MOU with Auda to even strengthen this collaboration. During this period, we have provided extensive capacity building support, also the support to the development of CMP. And we are looking forward to deepen the collaboration at the power pool level with the East Africa Power Pool and Southern Africa Power Pool. We have already requested support for capacity building for those. We will continue doing that. But I want to highlight 2 points here. One is the importance of infrastructure, because that's also highlighted by the INGA representative, that if you are bringing a lot of electricity into the grid, you have to strengthen the grid. Grid is key. I mean, you have to invest in the grid. You have to invest in infrastructure to be able to enable energy transition. And this is a clear message coming from our World Energy Transition Outlook. We will be doing it also for 5 sub-regions. And very much focus on infrastructure. The last point is finance. You spoke about how to make things happen. And IRENA is not a financial institution, but we are trying to facilitating it. We have an energy transition investment accelerated platform, financing platform. Now we are aiming to, not aiming, but we are reaching to almost $5 billion funds sitting on these funds. Tomorrow, day after, World Bank will announce $1 billion contribution. EBRD will announce $1 billion contribution. And with all these partners, we will achieve, this is for supporting infrastructure for Africa and elsewhere.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think those who have been listening, I want to call back the group which was here, African Development Bank. Representative is gone. AUC representative. Wale, please come to the front. I'll tell you why my brother Amin, come back, please. And then Eric, represented now by someone else, please come to the front. Why? Because we don't want to, what they've been talking, I hope you are recording. I want to keep a picture so that we will tell in 5 years' time, on this day you said A, B, C, D. On this day we promise each other this and this. Where are we? Can we have a group photo here? And Irina, please come and join us. I would like to stand close to the minister, of course. Can we stand up? Come to this line. Come and join us. Now, help me now to thank this group. This group, I can tell you, one of the fastest moving initiative or program I have seen in my life with the African Union Commission and the African Development Agency is the CMP and AFSEM. If you remember, it was announced, it was adopted in 2021. And in 2023, we already have a master plan, a blueprint. So this group, we want to remember them as we go forward. These are partnerships we want to enforce. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like you to help me applaud them. Thank you very much. I can see
Gentlemen. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is such an honor and delight to welcome you all to the Tony Elumelu Foundation and United Bank for Africa High-Level Roundtable to discuss how we can work together to empower more young entrepreneurs in the green space so that our young people can take the lead in climate action across the continent. As I'm sure all of us know, the Foundation is the leading entrepreneurship program on the continent. We empower thousands of young people every year with funding, with training, with mentorship, and with access to digital and physical networks. Now, I'm about to introduce two speakers that everyone in this room is excited to hear from. Our founder, Mr. Tony Elumelu, and the Director General of the World Trade Organization, a name that all of us have. Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. So without much further ado, I'll hand over to our founder, Mr. Elumelu.
Thank you. Can you guys see? Oh, wow. Good. So good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks so much for your patience. And I'm very excited, delighted, privileged to have our export to the world, a global citizen, Dr. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. I'm sure I'm one of the few people who pronounce the names very, very well. Reason being that, and you too, Ahuna, reason being that she's indeed my big sister from the same place. We're very proud of you. Thanks so much for always making time when it comes to discussing youth empowerment and helping young Africans. Thank you. We saw this when you were finance minister, coordinating minister of economy. We saw this when you were at the World Bank, and we indeed are seeing it again now that you are at the World Trade Organization. We have entrepreneurs across Africa. They tell us always the frustration they have in trying to grow their businesses. We say to them, you have equity at WTO. We know those who are running the WTO. So my sister, how can we, the Tony Elumelu Foundation and the World Trade Organization under your leadership, partner to empower and support young entrepreneurs in the green space in Africa?
Well, first of all, good evening, everyone, and thanks for your patience. It's really delightful. And when my brother asks that I come and join him, I cannot say no, of course, because I'm terribly proud of what he has been able to do in just a few years to empower and inspire so many young entrepreneurs, and maybe older ones too. But you asked me, what can we do to empower young entrepreneurs in the green space? First of all, I want to say to you that I'm one of those who believe thoroughly that we have no choice. The future is green. The future of trade, the future of growth is two things. It's green, and it's digital, and it must be inclusive. Correct. That's my mantra. So if you believe that, then those two spaces for us in trade, green trade, digital trade. Digital trade, for instance, is the fastest growing segment of trade. So we start thinking, what is it we can do at the WTO? And how can we work with young entrepreneurs? But I want to share with you a little bit of a frustration or a question I have, which is one question I want to pose to you. When I look at the press and I meet young people, or they come to the WTO for some program or the other, there's so many talented African young people who are actually already doing things in the green space. True. There are some of them who are working on EV, motorcycles and bikes, even cars. You know, there are others who are making solar-powered appliances. There are others who are trying to bring electric power to rural areas. There's so many exciting things happening. But I don't know the universe of this. It would be so interesting if we had some kind of database knowledge instead of these one-off stories, you know, that I keep hearing, oh, there's this brilliant person here and there's this young lady there who is doing something. And I wanted to ask you, Tony, do you have some kind of database of at least your group and those who are green? Because I think we need one. And the reason I'm saying this is because to go green, And to empower young people in this space, we need partnerships.
True.
If we don't have the power of a collective, it will be difficult to form those partnerships. So I'm very, very interested. I don't want to duplicate what someone else has done. So I'm saying it openly. If anyone knows of where there is a database of all our young people, young entrepreneurs in green, please put up your hand. Because if there isn't, I'd like to see how we can develop one. How do we empower young people? I think it's mostly through partnerships. And so, beyond the WTO, we are not the only ones you can partner with, but I'll say a little bit about the WTO. At the WTO, we are not a financing agency. We are a rules-making agency, so we don't have pots of money, but we have some. And we're interested in young people. We just had an event on youth and trade. We had one on gender and trade. And what do we like to do? We like to build knowledge platforms that young entrepreneurs can tap into and women entrepreneurs can tap into. We have some ability to do some capacity building to help young entrepreneurs. And above all, we have it's not a magic bullet, but I like to think of it sometimes. We have the International Trade Center. The International Trade Center is an offshoot of the WTO and the UNCTAD. And I wished I could have come with Pamela Cook-Hamilton, who is the CEO of that, because they do supply-side interventions, meaning they actually try to help with finance, with knowledge, with capacity building, with all the things that frustrate. And they are working in the green space. So the ways we can work with you is by working with you through the ITC. So, and also directly with the WTO itself, but as I said, through building knowledge together, helping to build your capacity. We are also trying to work with bigger enterprises and who have supply chains. Sure. Because you have young entrepreneurs who could be part of these supply chains, already are. And what we are trying to say to them is, there is opportunity in Africa. So don't neglect the continent. If you're trying to diversify away from China or any of the other places, the risk on the continent is more perception than actuality. You need to invest there and you need to bring in the young people. You have to be inclusive. So those are the three ways. Two are very concrete because I have more control over. One is job owning with the big CEOs to see what they can do. And we had an excellent session yesterday. There was a CEO session brought together by McKinsey, and I spoke there on this subject of diversification of supply chains into Africa and trying to bring the young people in the supply chains along. So let me leave it there for now. I can elaborate.
Thank you very much. And she has challenged us, the audience. Data, green data. I think you asked me a question. So the Tony Elumelu Foundation and ICARE Foundation and Generation U, UNICEF Generation U, have come together, and currently we are supporting 200 young African entrepreneurs in green economy in Kenya. It's an experiment we're making now to see how that works, and then we should be able to catalyze it across the continent. But on the issue of data specifically, yes, we have data, those we have funded, out of the 18,700 we have funded, we have data of those who are in that green space. But I take up the challenge. We need to do even beyond what we do and see how we can help create that database for the continent where people who are in that space can register and begin to know what we have available on the continent.
You see, well, then maybe we can work together.
Yes.
And Aruna, no, don't you want to be, maybe you have some data.
She's going to comment after you now because she's going to tell us she's been quite catalytic on the continent in this space too. Yeah. So, second question, again, what we did was at the foundation, we said the 1.5 million young Africans who have trained through our Digital Connect, we asked a question. This session is coming up. What do you want to ask the DG? And so these questions, the second question is from there. They say, our young entrepreneurs across all 54 African countries tell us about the high barriers to trade. how can we reduce these trade barriers to help capacitize and empower them further?
Well, the barriers to trade on the continent are really an issue because they raise the cost of trade. And there are two types mainly. There are the infrastructural barriers, there are the bureaucratic barriers. And the barriers in Africa amount to another 353% tariff. So imagine the tariff, and you want to export, it's putting another 300% on top of your goods. So that's why it's hard to compete. So even as I say, there's no perception of risk is exaggerated, but we have to be honest with those coming in that, look, there are some significant barriers. So I hear you, we've calculated it, and I'm sharing the numbers with you. Within the continent, if you want to trade, and this is what the African Continental Free Trade Area must grapple with, it's even worse. The tariff is 424 so percent. So it's even higher cost because we are less connected. Sometimes it's cheaper, and you know it, to ship something from China to a point in Africa than to ship from one African country to the next. So with these kinds of high barriers, it is not a short-term project. It's a longer-term project. But there are some things we can do in the meantime that is within the power of governments to do. And those are the bureaucratic barriers, the multiple requirements you have to meet if you want to produce your product, you know, have it, get the proper licensing or clearance with the, let's say you're doing something and you need the Food and Drug Administration of your country to clear it. Then you want to export, you have to meet so many requirements. Not to talk of even the access to finance to enable you to trade. That's another issue I'll touch on because the finance barrier is also a significant one. But what are we doing? I always say there are all these issues. At the WTO, what have we tried to do? So I'll share with you. We have a trade facilitation agreement that is meant to clear away all these barriers to trade so that people can trade more easily and export. The implementation across the world is 77%. This agreement was adopted in 2013. But among our countries, it's more in the 40% range. So what I'm trying, those who have implemented it have found that it has helped them lower these costs of trade, at least on the bureaucratic side. So we're really trying to urge our countries, they've all signed on to it, please implement the WTO's trade facilitation agreement that you signed. So this is one thing that we're working on. It's no good just having an agreement if you don't implement. Right now, we are negotiating an investment facilitation agreement. Again, looking from another perspective, what are the barriers to investment if you want to come into the continent? Which ones can we sweep away, including some chapters in the negotiations on dealing with corruption and so on. So we don't shy away. Right. We have 119 countries. It's a plurilateral agreement and mounting. And so we hope that this will be completed at the end of February 2024 when we have our next ministerial conference. And I'll try to work hard to get it ratified quickly so it can become effective. These are some of the things we're trying to do in a broader thing to help out. I want to touch on finance. We have a big trade finance gap in the world for small and medium enterprises. This is not something that developed countries really struggle with. Their businesses don't encounter this problem very much. They have much better access to finance at reasonable rates. But our businesses, when they want to trade, because of what happened in the 2008-2009 financial crisis, many rules and reforms have come in, Basel II, III, and that has led to a lot of corresponding banking being shut down. Access to trade finance is lower, and so on. We have on the continent an $80 billion a year trade finance gap. That's a lot.
It is.
It's not insurmountable, but it's a lot. we found that only 25% of businesses in West Africa have adequate access to trade finance. And if we were able to give them proper access, trade would double. So these are some of them. I always like to give numbers because that's the way my mind goes. So these are the barriers that in front of you. Of course, you know the barriers. The issue is, what do we do about them? I can work on a macro level with governments, and we have the instruments that I told you about. So we are going to continue working and persuading them, to sweep away these things so that you can breathe and you can have access to what you need to be able to export. By the way, for women, we found that women entrepreneurs who export earn 3 times more than those who sell on the domestic market. Wow. 3 times more. This is data. So we are very excited about encouraging women entrepreneurs to be in the export, and men too. So that's what I can say. I think we have a knowledge platform to share with you some of the things we are trying to do, but it's on a more policy-based level rather than at the micro level. And that's the way, if we work one by one, we won't be able to clear away the big policy issues. So I'm interested in trying to sweep them to the side.
Thank you. So we've heard women entrepreneurs. It's better to look at the export market than the domestic market, so you can make 3 times what you would have made if you exported. But Muyiwa Akinyemi, Deputy Group CEO of UBA, is here. When you have the opportunity to comment, it would be nice to hear you speak about the trade finance deficit on the continent. You had $80 billion. Let's hear what African banks are doing and what they're also doing with the international bank to bridge this gap. It is indeed a challenge. And IFC are here too. So it would be nice to hear IFC comment on this, and AFRESIM, AFDB, all here.
Can I give them a shout out?
Yes,
because
please.
They're the ones actually trying to help.
AFRESIM.
AFRESIM and IFC, and we have a partnership with them.
Yeah.
We're working together.
Yeah.
We did the study that I mentioned was done with the IFC. We've done one in West Africa and then another one in East Asia, in the Mekong, which we are going to launch. So they're actually trying to make the difference. We don't have money, they do. So we partner with them to get things done.
This is quite catalytic, and this is the type of push and plug we need on the continent to help empower our people. Finally, before we open it up to the audience, as a female African leader, our export to the world, one that we're very proud of. You have made us very proud. We indeed are very proud of you. We have thousands of our young ones who are watching, because a lot of them over the TF Connect platform, we have about 1 million people there. A lot of them are watching, and others outside of the TF world are watching. Point and tell us in few words advice you have for them, especially our young females who look up to you every day and who are inspired. When the CEO of the Tony Melu Foundation saw you, in fact, she kept harassing me from where I was. DG is soon be here. She will soon be here. They all look up to you. My daughter is watching. All of them, they look up to you. What advice do you have for them?
I'm sure my sons and my daughter are not watching.
They are big.
They are all physicians, so they are in a different field. No, I want to say this with all seriousness. I myself are inspired by our young people. I think anyone who listens to what I have to say or looks at my speeches will know I'm speaking from the heart. Why am I inspired? Every day, I'm discovering people who are doing amazing things on the continent, often with very little help, very few resources. They are very creative, very inventive. And what is exciting to me is that some of their work is showing up internationally. And I think the digital platform is enabling them to do that. That's why we are turning to digital trade, because we want to make sure that the rules that govern this give them the fairest and most predictable chance to get their things sold. We are also in a pilot project with the World Bank now to try to help our countries. We're taking 6 countries first with the Africa region to try to cross or overcome the digital divide, both hard infrastructure and soft infrastructure. So I'm saying this, you want to know what advice I have? Keep being who you are. The best way to succeed is not to, I'm not saying don't be ambitious or anything, but for me, the lesson I learned is when I'm doing what I like and what I'm passionate about, that's what success is about. And if you are in a job, you will do it so well that you won't even know when you get promoted. If you're running your own business, you will succeed because you are putting so much passion into it. So my advice to you is keep your nose in what you like to do, what you're passionate about, and think beyond yourself. Whatever you're doing, whether you're in the private sector or public, if you think of what you're doing as serving others, even in your small business, it helps to make it worthwhile to get up every day and get to work. So it's not only about yourself, it's about the people around you, and it's about doing what you love best.
Thank you.
That's the advice I have.
Thank you. Young African entrepreneurs who are listening, you've heard it all. Passion, passion, passion. Laser focus, discipline, determination, and of course, resilience will see you and take you to the top. This is coming from someone who has seen it all. Thank you very much. Let's quickly, before we leave, open it up. I am told there are some interventions. Let's start with the Assistant Administrator and Regional Director for Africa, the UNDP. Ahuna, please. Oh, okay, please, come to the stage. Okay. And after Ahuna, we'll have Kevin here, Kevin Frey. Yeah. And then Sergio next.
Thank you. I'm humbly standing next to my sister, my big sister, and my brother. You know, I don't really know how to amplify what we just heard because it was so profound in terms of what's needed in this space. But maybe what I could add is about the whole trust factor, especially when we're thinking about young people. And the reason why UNDP associated itself with the TAF Foundation a few years ago in a joint program on this entrepreneurship is because of that leadership and courage of this entity to trust and invest in young Africans. It was one of the first at that scale. And I think that's so important because on the continent, young people are often not really trusted. And sometimes that trust is bigger than money.
True.
Because the moment you take that step and you start to invest in a young person and you're an important entity like TF, you inspire the rest of the world. You also infect other minds to come along. And that's why we came along as UNDP to say, let's do this together. My dear sister talked about partnership. No one is going to be able to handle this alone. No entity. And so the fact that we're able to start building a coalition between all of our entities to go to scale, because that's what's missing, as you were saying, is drip, drip, drip in this sector. Everyone gets excited and inspired by these young people, but we're giving them little bits of things. And we need to go from these kinds of, hackathon to hackathon, pitch to pitch, to industry level investment. So where are those young people with talent whose ideas have to go from just ideas and little projects to scale, to unicorns? And this is why UNDP is investing in an initiative which we're calling Timbuktu. Because when it comes to this green area, that's actually where you find a lot of startups. And practically all of them are doing something for service. I'm yet to meet a startup on the continent that's not about addressing a development challenge. It's quite stunning. Because we think this space is all about making profit, but we have a generation of young people who are focused on social enterprise. They want to solve development challenges, and that's what excites me. And this is the reason why I think this conversation today is so important, that we start to elevate this to a more transformative level, where we're not just talking about the small investments, but we're trusting these young people with big investments. Our Timbuktu, it's ambitiously looking at setting up a $1 billion fund that will help finance these initiatives and take them to industry level.
That's it. Thank you. And this is coming from Edua, under her leadership and Akim, UNDP has partnered with the Tony Elumelu Foundation to empower so many young Africans. In fact, we have an ambitious project in the Sahel region of Africa where we are touching so many lives. Over I think 5,000 to 7,000 young women and men in the Sahel region of Africa have been impacted. And what impressed us the most was UNDP saying, we are more interested in people in the rural areas than those in the urban areas. And well done. We believe in this your ambition, and we think it's time to scale so that we can impact more lives on the continent. Well done. Let us call Sergio IFC, to talk to us and tell us also how we can bridge this trade finance gap on the continent. Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Tony. Very nice to see you, Ngozi. It's hard to come after these speakers and to say a few words on the IFC side, and thank you very much, Ngozi, for the very kind words that you said about IFC, and I'm very, very excited about the partnership that we have with you, and fully agree that unlocking trade in Africa is absolutely essential, in particular intercontinental trade. This is one of the areas that we're working on. But I just want to say a few words about what we're doing on entrepreneurship, because this is really the future of Africa, and that I really salute you, Tony, for everything that the foundation and yourself have been doing for supporting young entrepreneurs in Africa. On our side, we do believe that you do need to look at the full ecosystem, and we need to focus on what are the main areas, the pinpoints, the pain points that need to be really unlocked. And we see those around the business environment, so that we can improve the business environment. Access to finance, and trade finance is a very important one. Capacity building, and we have been deploying a lot of resources of helping the young entrepreneurs to get the skills and the capacity they need. And then access to markets and access to networks. And there I think that the digital economy that is really spreading is also a wonderful opportunity. And that's one of the areas that we've been really working on. So we've been, you mentioned that we had money. I mean, we've been deploying quite a bit of funding. We've deployed about $2 billion in Africa for SMEs last fiscal year. And we're very excited to be able to do more. We also have been doing beyond funding, because I think it's very important that really working on developing these ecosystems. And we have an initiative called the IFC Catalyst, Startup Catalyst, that has been working with startups. We've helped 19 startups across Africa. Through them, we reached about 1,100 entrepreneurs, men and women, and in about 24 countries. And we really want to scale that. And we will never be able to do that alone. So partnerships is really at the core of our approach. And I'm very glad to see so many of you in the room here. And I know that we've been talking with quite a few of you to see how we can grow this partnership. So please count on the IFC. And thank you very much for giving me the floor.
Thank you, Sergio. Okay, thank you. The Director General is going to leave soon because you know how it is here, so many events. Kevin Frey, CEO, UNICEF GNU, please, your turn. And after that, you can leave. 2 more minutes.
Thank you, Tony. As you mentioned, I'm the CEO of Generation Unlimited at UNICEF. We've heard a lot about partnerships today. That's what we are at our essence. We're a public-private youth partnership focused on young people, ensuring they have a great transition from learning to earning, school to work, and that is about skills, but then connections to opportunities for employment and entrepreneurship. Tony, you've been on our Global Leadership Council since day one when the Secretary General launched Generation Unlimited. Under your leadership, we've really moved in a concerted way into the entrepreneurial space. We now have a flagship program with Generation Unlimited, with the Tony Elumelu Foundation, called Be Green. Mentioned it launched in Kenya earlier this year. We had over 7,000 applications. We've already now scaled with the support of the IKEA Foundation and the Dutch government to Nigeria, to Senegal, to South Africa. So we will train and we will seed 500 green entrepreneurs this year in the pilot project across those 4 countries. So Tony, thank you so much. I think you're right, it is all about partnership, and happy to be partnering with the Tony Elumelu Foundation.
Thank you for all your support. I'll leave you. But we'll continue. I'll leave you, but we'll continue.
Now, just before I go.
Okay, before.
Everybody announcing they had a fund just reminded me. Now, for the women, this is very tiny, but we're going to launch a $50 million Women's Accelerator Fund for digital trade.
Fantastic.
And it's going to be launched here in the Gulf at the end of February, and they've agreed to seed it. Okay. So once we have it, where's Nicole? Nicole is my gender advisor, and she's behind it. So we are going to be doing this. We'll be able to help some of the women entrepreneurs who are involved in digital trade. And if it's a digital green trade, even better.
Fantastic. So, yes. So Mati, you liaise with Nicole, and let's do more together.
Sorry, I have to.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, good luck. Sorry, I have to leave.
But this picture, there are many people who join this picture. We must take pictures. Please let World Bank join, SAD join, Ogolo, Kevin, and then Rockefeller Foundation, and then of course World Food Program.
Yes.
We're smiling.
Okay.
Okay, we are continuing because we have 3 more interventions before we leave. Wendy Teleki. Wendy, please. Wendy, you have the floor to share your. Yeah.
Thank you, and it's really great to be here and very inspirational to hear all of your remarks. I'm Wendy Teleki, and I'm with the World Bank. I run a program called the Women Entrepreneurs Finance Initiative, which sits in the gender group of the World Bank and focuses on supporting women entrepreneurs around the world. But we don't only work with the World Bank, we also work with the African Development Bank, we work with IFC, we work with the Islamic Development Bank, the EBRD. So around Africa, we're working with 5 different multilateral development banks supporting women entrepreneurs in those markets to get access to finance. Through our programs around the world, we've been able to get about $3.6 billion out to finance women entrepreneurs. And because and that's in about 67 countries, because we work across all of the multilateral development banks, we're looking to take a more systematic approach, country by country to supporting women entrepreneurs. And I'll just give you an example of a program we launched recently, the We Finance Code, which is going to be working in about 30 countries to bring the financial sector together, the regulators, financial infrastructure, financial institutions, to commit to doing more to serve women entrepreneurs, to improve data on women entrepreneurs, and get more financing out the door to women entrepreneurs across the financial sector. Going forward, we are going to be moving to do more with women in the climate space. And so we will be launching a new initiative to support women systematically across Africa and the rest of the world to focus on climate businesses, looking in two areas. One, helping women build more resilience and to green their own businesses. And the second is to support those entrepreneurs that are developing new solutions and technologies to really drive the green transition. So put women into a leadership role so that 20 years from now, when we can say we have a new economy from the green transition, there are women leading those companies and not just men. So that's our vision on this new effort that we're going to be making, and we would love to find ways to partner with you on that effort. So thank you very much.
So let's clap for Wendy. Wendy is the head of Women Entrepreneurs Financial Initiative at the World Bank. And so women and everyone here, go-to person on this. Wendy sounds very exciting, and I look forward to how we can partner with the World Bank to create more impact. Thank you for what you do. Let's have the Senior Vice President, Power and Climate, Rockefeller Foundation, Mr. Ashvin Dayal. Join us, please. I stepped out now. And then we have Matthias Froneri, the Swedish climate ambassador and head of delegation. Good to see you, Matthias. Thank you.
Good to be here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the invitation, and great to be here. We haven't met before, but I know you're working closely also with our embassy in Abuja, who are engaged very much in innovation, digitalization, and also, of course, the green transition. And I know they do want to explore the possibility of setting up a platform to bring together Swedish young entrepreneurs with entrepreneurs not only from Nigeria but across the African continent. And I think if you're working also with Swedish embassies across Africa, you will see the same kind of drive to be working with African countries to support entrepreneurship. And if you don't want to wait for that, I would invite you all to the Swedish pavilion just a couple of blocks down here to meet with the Swedish business actors who are there to facilitate and make sure that we're making the most of the transition to net zero. From the Swedish perspective, we highlight urgency and opportunity when we look to the climate transition and what it brings in terms of new jobs and growth. So I'll be happy to facilitate those kind of conversations with African partners together with our Swedish business actors just a couple of blocks down the road. Excellent.
I'll be there tomorrow.
Excellent. Good to see you there.
Thank you so much for what you do. Thank you. And then let me call Saj Ekwa. Saj? Oh, he's right there in front of me. Yeah? Okay.
Hi, Tony. Thank you very much. I have to apologize for Serge because, he happens to have 8 bosses, eight head of states, and one decided that he wanted to see him, so he couldn't come. BOID, for those who don't know, is the regional bank for the West African UEMOA countries, actually, the 8 UEMOA countries based out of Togo. For too long, climate discussion and climate financing has been some kind of a nice to have. I mean, we all wanted to have it in our annual reports and so and so. And now I think we all realize that it's a must. We really need to do things seriously. And as far as BOID is concerned, we've committed as part of our strategic plan, our 5-year strategic plan to dedicate about 25% of our financing, 25%. So we're talking basically about 3 1,300 billion CFA, which is roughly around 6 billion, I guess, US dollars. So we'll be focusing on that. Obviously, we don't have the reach, and I think working with the foundation, as far as our 8 countries are concerned, might be a way to go. So we'll need to talk about that. We've working both on the liability and the asset side. We are accredited to most of the known climate funds. And obviously, we are looking for quality assets. So, and Tony, thanks for all you're doing for Africa. We crossed about 15 years ago. I was living here. I was working for a bank. And you're visiting, and you saw that you needed to talk to me. And then I really appreciate what you're doing. We are very proud of that. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Thanks for what you guys are doing, too. And between IFC, AFD, Biafra, United Bank for Africa Group, and yourselves, I'm sure we'll be able to do something about that $6 billion. Let me call on, invite Adam Wang, 11, U.S. Assistant Secretary of State for Climate.
Thank you for the opportunity to join this group. And I'm incredibly appreciative of what you're doing. Before coming to the US Treasury, I was actually working in venture capital. And so I think that it's incredibly important what the foundation is doing. And I think I've seen at least 2 things that are very helpful. It's not only the financing, but I also think the mentorship. And I think a lot of what you've been doing can just help, as I've seen with Silicon Valley, drive innovation and job creation. And so I think 2 things that I'd like to highlight that the US government is doing is, first, with our Just Energy Transition partnerships, as well as with Power Africa, we've been prioritizing skills training and development, particularly in the renewables area. So actually, Janet Yellen, our secretary, visited Mpumalanga in South Africa, where we started a facility that was actually helping train workers and entrepreneurs to develop skills in the solar industry. And I think a second thing that you'll likely hear in the next few days is we're actually have been thinking more about clean energy supply chains and things that we can do there. And so we'd welcome the opportunity to do more with many of you here as well as the foundation.
We're getting there, almost done. Muyiwa Akinyemi, Deputy Group Mine Director of United Bank for Africa. You have the floor to tell us what your group is doing to empower young Africans, as well as what you're doing to bridge this trade deficit.
Thank you. Good evening, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm actually excited to be here today. From what I've learned, I've taken a lot of notes back that I'm going to work on from what Dr. Okonjo-Iweala said and what each and every development partners have said about trade. I think for us, UBA, we're a platform. We represent that platform for market access into 20 geographies in Africa today. Everything that we do is around Africa. And that's why we partnered with Afrexim recently to launch the $6 billion fund for SMEs that we disburse over the next 3 years. And it's particularly towards import substitution of 4 key areas that we find that imports is a lot high in Africa: automobile, pharmaceuticals, transport and logistics, and also tied to climate as well, and emission reduction. So when we chose those 4 segments, we were quite deliberate about what we want to do with those SMEs in that space. But beyond that, prior to that time, because we recognize that payments and settlements is a challenge for SMEs across Africa. The Mozambican trading in Michigan wants to settle or trade with somebody in Senegal or Nigeria. So we worked with Afrexim to launch the PAPSS platform, which will PAPS, Pan-African Payment Settlement System. And UBA is a pilot bank for that. And we've started that pilot in 5 countries now. The expectation is that we're going to drive that across the 54 countries across Africa, such that the Egyptian can trade with the Senegalese in local currency, rather than looking for foreign currency, which is scarce across Africa, to trade and serve, settlement of goods and services across Africa. The third thing we're also doing in that space is also our deliberate action towards women SMEs. We have a scheme to support SMEs, particularly women, across the group. And significantly, we've driven that across all our geographies today, where we support them with small-scale financing, capacity development as well, and also market access. So we have what we call marketplace that we're building along with a few partners as well. And as I listen to colleagues here, we'll be looking at you working with us in trying to drive market access for those SME entrepreneurs across Africa, especially the women and the youth as well, because Africa has a youth opportunity. We're a youthful continent, and we believe that with the power that our youth have, we can turn that into a lot more of businesses for us across Africa. So a number of things we are doing, but for lack of time, let me just stop here. And I'd like to thank Chairman again for this opportunity, this platform for Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. So finally, ladies and gentlemen, I want to invite, that's the last speaker for tonight, I want to invite a beneficiary of the Tony Elumelu Foundation. She is in green economy. She's from Madagascar. Christiana, okay, you're there. Come and tell us what you're doing to transform Africa from the green economy point of view.
Sure. As you can hear, I lost my voice, but this won't stop me sharing today. Don't worry. Allow me to start with some numbers. Can you hear me well? You're good? Yeah, it sounds sexy, right? So let me start with numbers. 3 because 3 out of 4 people in my country do not have access to water and sanitation. 3 because Madagascar, according to UNICEF, is the third country in the world that has the most difficult access to water and sanitation. And 3 because Madagascar is considered as the third country in Africa that is most vulnerable to climate change. That means vulnerable. Yeah, to climate change. It means, cyclones, floods, drought. We have everything. But you know what? I'm a very optimistic person. When some people may see problems, I see opportunities and solutions. My name is Mary Christina Kolo. I'm from Madagascar. I'm an eco-feminist, a climate change activist, and a social entrepreneur. So let me share a little bit about our solution. In the mid of the pandemic, we heard a lot of campaign asking us to wash our hands. But in my country, when you don't have access to soap and water, how do you do? So that's how we arrived with my team. We create a soap. So this soap is called Alt Soap. Alt Soap or alternative soap. This may look like a simple soap, but I can tell you that it's much more than a simple soap. It is actually made with waste cooked oil. Why waste cooked oil? Because in urban cities in Africa, the waste cooked oil represents the #1 water polluter. It means that 1 liter of waste cooked oil can pollute 1 million liters of water, of clean water. And it also means that 1 liter can also clog the pipes and increase the risk of floods in various cities, like my city, Antananarivo in Madagascar. We are facing floods like every year, and this intensity increase year after year. But our soap doesn't only protect the environment, it's also a solidarity soap. Why? Because in my country, 2,000 kids die every day because they do not have access to this. Can you imagine that this represents in some families 30% of their income? So what do? With each soap that is sold, we give 1 soap for free to orphanages, schools, hospitals, and after disasters, extreme events, we also distribute these soaps to different communities. So that's how we're trying to change the game. And in 2022, we got the support of your foundation. and it helps us grow and increase our impact. And last year at COP27, thanks to your support, we even won the Innovation Prize during a competition at COP27. And I think this also proved that innovation can be synonym of simplicity, it's just a soap, and solidarity. And I would like to thank you for that. Thanks for trusting African youth. Thanks for trusting green entrepreneurs. And yeah, entrepreneurs like us want to bring positive change in our community. Our next challenge in my country, for me and my friends over there, I have my Madagascar delegation ready to meet you. So yes, our next challenge is also to empower other youth. And that's why with my organization, we are trying to, invest in a low-tech solution. And I hope that when you will hear about innovation, you will also think about what we can do with low technology, with simple solution that can be affordable for all. And once again, thank you for this opportunity to share.
Congratulations, well done, well done, well done. Quick question, do you have people who work for you? Staff who work for you, people you employed? How many staff do you have?
Right now, maybe they can answer. How many staff do we have for the soup? I can say in total, let's say 30? 30? Yeah.
Thank you very much. Just $5,000, $5,000. I don't know, this is the impact we create. And she said, trust. Ladies and gentlemen, on this note, we'll end the event. I want to thank all of you and say, you want to go fast, you go alone. You want to go far, you go together. It's about partnership. It's about unity. It's about all of us realizing that there's so much to do in empowering young ones on the African continent. One person, as Auna said, cannot do it. One institution, one foundation cannot do it. We need the power of collaboration. We need the power of partnership. We need everyone, development agencies, global private sector, foundations, philanthropic organizations, individuals, all of us, and governments, of course, play our own part to make the world a better place for everyone. Because poverty anywhere is a threat to all of us everywhere. We have seen the disastrous impact of climate change, especially in Africa. Africa, unfortunately, does not contribute to this crisis, but Africa bears the brunt, the most of this crisis. We must do something about it. There's a heightened sense of urgency to change things. That change will not happen if all of us do not come together. And we see hope in young Africans. They are energetic, they are intelligent, they are educated. You just listen to the last speaker here. They want to make a difference in their communities, in the world, but they need help, they need support. And I know that it's not beyond us as global citizens, global community. Let's make that change, and let's make it now. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.